Good morning and welcome to a Christmas edition of the County Commission meeting, December 22nd. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We have a quorum, and if you'd please join us for a moment of silence. Commissioner Tabaya.
We stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioners, we have 4 sets of minutes to approve. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Lober. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Zonka. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving into resolutions, awards, presentations. Commissioner Tabaya?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a resolution for a department head that will be leaving us. With your permission, may I just go ahead and read it?
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution congratulating Jeff Thompson, Library Director for Brevard County, on his retirement. Whereas Jeff Thompson has served Brevard County as Library Director since 2012 and had previously served as Brevard County in various roles under Library Services since 1994. And whereas Jeff first began his love for books and library after checking out Mike Mulligan and the Steam Shovel by Virginia Lee Barton at the age of 4. Whether or not he's returned it or not, we don't know. Whereas he began his career at Library Services at the Brevard County Law Library after completing his Master's of Library Science from Florida State University. Whereas Jeff has a bachelor's degree in English and a minor in philosophy at the University of Central Florida. And whereas Jeff has a deep love for his family and shows in everything he does. And whereas before graduating college, he worked as an errand boy for his father's law firm, buying supplies and moving furniture. And whereas Jeff has many talents and interests, including classical music, he is fluent in German, along with having a love for its culture, Florida history, literature, filmmaking, in which he has directed and produced a film as a tribute to his father. And whereas Jeff has spent countless hours dedicated to the betterment of Brevard County and its citizens, and whereas it is extremely hard to find a replacement for such a hardworking, intellectual, and caring individual. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Brevard County staff and its citizens wish Jeff Thompson all the best in his retirement, and to proclaim that he will be sorely missed. Unordered and adopted in regular session, 22nd day of December 2020. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to pass.
Second. Lober.
Motion by Commissioner Tabaya, second by Commissioner Lober. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad that was not opposed. That was good. No, I want to thank Commissioner Tabaya and the entire commission for voting for the resolution. I really do appreciate it. I'd just like to say a couple of things. One is how thankful I am to have had the opportunity to lead the great organization of Brevard County Libraries. They were around 50 years before I was born, and when I turned 50, I had the opportunity to help guide the organization for the past 8 years, and that's been a great privilege. The second thing is something told to me by my friend Tom McGill, which is that the best part of the library goes home at night, and that's the people. And that also goes for my county colleagues as well. The big revelation for me was how wonderful the dedicated professionals that operate this county, from the custodian all the way to the county managers and to the county commissioners. It's been a real privilege to see the dedication and hard work and real caring that my colleagues possess. I wish every citizen in Brevard had the opportunity to see what a great job these people do. But that's been my privilege, and I'm really grateful to have had it. And I look forward to becoming a civilian and supporting the library as a civilian. And I just leave you with my one guiding light, which is sounds kind of trite, but it works very well, and that is niceness is nice. So thank you all very much. I hope you have a Merry Christmas. And again, I am deeply honored and very grateful to have had this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where do we stand on? Okay. Up here, please. I think we have the, thank you, Commissioner.
I was hoping you'd say something. Thanks so much.
Vielen Dank.
Commissioner Tobias, I think that was really, really classy of you to remember to do that, sir. All right, we're going to go ahead and do consent agenda. Commissioners, I have a couple cards on F11, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that out. Do we have any other items?
Motion to approve all consent less F11.
All right, I have a motion on the table.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I apologize. F3, Madam Chair.
F3, yes, sir. So all items except F11 and F3?
That's my motion, yes, ma'am.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We're going to go ahead and do item F3, sir. Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal would increase the advisory board's budget by approximately 300%. Initially, we asked to come in at a lower amount. They did. Of course, they've come back and asked for quite a bit more. These, of course, are extremely budgetary uncertain times. As you've said, Madam Chair, it's time to sharpen our pencils. More importantly, this cost represents staff time at a time which our staff has been incredibly overworked and at times limit due to COVID-related matters in addition to the normal duties that they perform. The additional 12 hours of meeting is time that could be used for a whole bunch of other activities. So I would have a motion to deny the request for an additional 12 hours of meeting time at a cost of $2,295, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Lober?
So I was hoping if it's all right, Madam Chair, if I could ask staff what the practical difference would be if this item's approved versus if it's not approved.
Certainly, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've been the staff liaison for this particular work group. They are getting very close to a draft product for you, but they would have to rush it. They have absorbed and filtered through a vast amount of information to come up with a draft product. Their next meeting is in January. They plan to go through that at that time. And then I really don't know how long it will take them to refine it. So they would just have to, kind of speed up the rest of the process. So they felt they wanted to take their time and make it a little better, and they voted to ask for more time.
I appreciate it. I'll go ahead and withdraw my second.
Okay. Motion fails for a lack of second. Do I have any other motions?
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Oh, Commissioner Zonka, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to make the motion.
Okay.
So second.
Motion by Commissioner Lober, second by Commissioner Zonka. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Yay.
Passes 4-0. Item F11.
4-1, Madam Chair.
Sorry, sir?
4-1, Madam Chair, for the last vote.
Oh, did I say it wrong?
It happens.
Yeah, you can't trust my math.
None of us are paying attention except Commissioner Lober.
Yeah. All right, I think we have Ms. Bentley. Is this your item, ma'am?
We have a vested rights claim coming forward, and in that situation, the staff of the county attorney's office can't represent both the staff and the board pursuant to the Florida Bar Guidelines and the Attorney General. So we're seeking outside counsel to represent the planning department during the vested rights proceedings.
Okay, I have 4 comment cards. Mr. Justin Youngie. And after Mr. Youngie, I have Scott Dellinger. You'll be next, sir. It is now.
And
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair,
My mic
Yes, sir.
Just as he's coming up, I was going to say, from my perspective, this is in my district, I support it. So I don't know if any of the folks that are speaking are inclined to oppose it, but if they all support it, if they want to waive, we could probably save 12 minutes.
Yes. Does anybody? Okay, so everybody supports it? All right. Okay. Then commissioners, can I have a motion to approve it?
So moved.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to move the items around a little bit. I've had a few requests to move items up, and I thought it was fine. So we're going to move up item J3. Commissioner Smith.
My mic isn't working. I'm just going to have to speak a little bit louder.
Well, hold on. Let me see if I can push your button. Try it now.
Aha. Now we're good.
Oh, no. Can y'all hear him?
All right, J3. Well, just as an introductory, I've been on this commission since 2014, and we've had back and forths regarding invocations. And we've gotten to a point now where I think we're ready to move forward, that we will be able to initiate invocations going forward, and we can do so legally and withstand legal challenges. And so today's the day that we're going to take a vote on that and finally get it going.
Okay, I have one card. Commissioner Lober, you have a comment, sir?
Yeah, I do with respect to this, and I just want to be clear that I like in spirit what Commissioner Smith is trying to do, and I wish I could support it. If Commissioner Smith were inclined, if he wanted to select an individual chaplain, I certainly don't believe I would be opposed to anything of that sort, but my concern with this is not the legitimate speakers that are coming here representing whatever their particular beliefs are, but the possibility, I would say the likelihood, that we're going to have folks that come that totally abuse this and game it. And I'll give you a couple examples without taking too much time. So the first would be if we get someone that wants to come with the cult of Cthulhu to worship evil Lord Cthulhu, or the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church, to have folks just come and make a mockery of the invocation. And the other possibility that, quite frankly, is not just a waste of time, but frankly, I think really goes to a deeper level of abuse, is if we get folks that come here and lecture us for the entire duration that we permit them to speak on why a particular commissioner or a particular deputy or a particular individual is destined to burn in hell for eternity. I think that we have folks that are malicious enough in this community. Granted, there are a very small number of such folks. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, so to speak. And I just do have concerns that we have individuals that are so inclined that they would come and they would really make us regret passing this. But I do like in spirit what it's looking to achieve. I wish we could have folks that actually have particular beliefs come up and legitimately do that. But I just don't see a mechanism to limit folks that want to abuse this policy, either to embarrass folks or alternatively just to be practical jokers, so to speak. But I like it in spirit. So I wish I could support it, but my inclination today is not.
Well, I appreciate your concerns, and I think we've addressed those, and because she's much more eloquent than me, I'll let Eden Bentley address those concerns of yours.
Well, it is a very open system. They would need to come in and hold themselves out as a religious organization. They would need to be in the yellow pages or be on the list that is provided in the policy, or they would need to meet the criteria of a 501c3 entity pursuant to the IRS rules. Might there be entities that are not typically considered by the common folks in Brevard County to be religious organizations? There might be. There certainly could. I believe there are a number of organizations that have been declared to be religious in other areas that are not common in Brevard County. So you certainly could see some unusual, unique, and possibly even fringe organizations. However, this is the policy that was approved by the City of Lakeland, which was then challenged and went to the 11th Circuit, and the procedure was approved by the 11th Circuit. That's why we chose this route, because it was a template that had been approved by the federal courts.
In addition, it also provides for or prohibits anyone from trying to convey their own personal feelings to try and get people to convert to their particular ideas.
That is
They
correct.
can't proselytize. I think there's some other words that are used there in the definition. But most of what you addressed or were concerned about has already been addressed.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
If I may, now, Ms. Bentley, because I want to make sure that I'm on the same page. If I misunderstand something on this, I certainly am willing to adjust my vote to be with what may well be the majority. But if we had, I'll just use the examples that I provided earlier, the three of them. If we had someone that managed to get on our list, and I'm not sure that there would be anything that would prohibit the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church from getting on the list, if that qualifies under any of the pathways that you've identified, is there anything that would prevent folks who want to extol the values of the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church from coming up here and telling us what they want to do without trying to proselytize us?
If they're holding themselves out as a religious congregation and they have an established presence in the community, yes, they could get on the list.
And then folks as well, if they're not trying to proselytize, if they talk about the sins of a particular commissioner or commissioners, or their purported or alleged sins, if that's the entirety of their, I want to say with air quotes, invocation, is that something they'd be able to come up and do?
They are supposed to be solemnizing the proceedings. They are not supposed to be proselytizing. They are not seeking to convert.
Okay, and again, I'm not asking about proselytizing or conversion. I'm asking if in their subjective opinion, that's solemnizing the proceedings, could they come up and say why each of the five of us and why all of the deputies standing in the room are evil and are destined for hell?
I don't think that would be solemnizing the proceedings. However, we cannot review the invocations before they are provided.
So there's no mechanism in place to prevent someone from coming up and doing that were this to pass?
No, there isn't.
All right, I appreciate it, Ms. Bentley.
Thank you. Just a thought on that. Anybody can do that during public comments anyways. I've been fried a few times during public comments. Commissioner Zonka has as well. Commissioner Tobias, you've been kind of called out a few times. Well, matter of fact, all of y'all have, except Commissioner Smith. Everything kind of likes him a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and call public comment. Ms. Carol Wheatley, you'll be first, ma'am, and after Ms. Carol Wheatley, Pastor Ron Meyer. You'll be next, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to thank you for letting me come up and share my opinion. In the matter of invocation, when someone stands before this commission to invoke something, it means to call forth. And what I like to see is wisdom, right decisions, understanding, a lot of what I've seen demonstrated by this commission already. And to have someone come up here and invoke that is not a bad thing. Are we going to get some squirrely people? Absolutely. We always get squirrely people, no matter what group it is. I live in a multicultural neighborhood, and I'm very blessed with that. I have Muslim neighbors, I have Jewish neighbors, I have Christian neighbors, I have Hindu neighbors. It's an amazing, amazing neighborhood. But the one thing we all have in common is we're all Americans, and we all voted. Some of us voted for you guys. And what I'd like to do is just remind you that as Americans who vote, we have the right to free speech. And when we take exception to what someone may or may not say, and prevent them, prevent them from speaking in a public forum, that is not freedom of speech. And so I would like to encourage you to allow the invocation on the basis of freedom of speech. And with that, I bless every one of you on this commission, and God bless America.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Tobias, add a new light. Yes, sir. I have Pastor Ron Meyer, and then I have Sheriff Wayne Ivey.
I'm Pastor Meyer of Flying Spaghetti Monster Church. No, I like that. might use that. No, I just would encourage you to vote in favor of this resolution. I think that it's very, very good at the beginning of any meeting to be reminded that there are higher values and principles at stake here. And I think that it does that no matter which meeting or what type of public meeting we have. And so I would encourage you to vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. Sheriff Ivey? Then I'll have Rabbi Sanford Olazonsky. Thank you. You'll help me
Good
there.
morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'd also like to encourage you to pass this. I will tell you that when Commissioner Smith and I first talked about this, I was very excited for a number of reasons. One, to see this come back to Brevard County. Also, our agency has a chaplain corps that's headed up by Chaplain Roger Alexander, non-denominational chaplains that are a huge part of our community, huge part of our agency. And if the commission so deems this to be approved, I would love to volunteer our chaplain to be the very first to come back and do the invocation here. I know Chaplain Alexander would do a great job with it, and we certainly support this initiative. Our command team is here with me this morning, all standing behind this.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Rabbi? And then I'll have Christy Stewart.
Good morning. I'm Rabbi Sanford Olshansky. I'm a professor in the history department at the University of Central Florida. I've given an invocation before this commission several times. I've also listened to many Christian invocations in public settings and decided, based on the content of the prayer, whether I could say amen. But I've never had a problem with listening. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. It's pretty clear to me from this wording that our founders wanted to guarantee freedom of religion, but some modern Americans are pursuing freedom from religion in any and all public settings. People here today want to impose absence of religion on all of us, thereby depriving us of our constitutional right to freedom of religious expression. I respectfully urge the County Commission to reject this attempt to deny the rights of Christians, Jews, and any other religious believers to hear a prayer at the start of its meetings, which I believe occur in God's presence.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Christy Stewart, and then I have Michelle Machalchik.
Good morning. My name is Christy Stewart, and I serve as the Executive Director of Love, Inc., Love in the Name of Christ. And we bring churches together to help people in need in a hand-up way. 1 Timothy 2:1-2. Then I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. You have been called into this position of authority by God. We are praying for you as Christians anyway. So we would love the opportunity to be here in person to bless you as God gives you wisdom to lead Brevard County forward in his name. Thank you. God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Ms. Michelle, and then Edward Markowski.
Good morning, Commissioners. I would just like to also add my plea that you would also consider this. I think it would be helpful, and I know as a teacher in Brevard County, a lot of the children that we see, we have moments of silence during the day that way they can recompose and get themselves together, and I think this is a good way to help focus your thoughts and focus your energies to lead our county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Markowski, and then Mr. Paul Rosper.
Good morning. My name is Edward Markowski. I'm a resident of Palm Bay, and I'm honored to speak before you this morning regarding invocation speaker selection policies. First, I'd like to say that the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives open every session with an invocation. The Florida House and Senate also follow that protocol. I think they both set a great example and precedent that we should follow here in Brevard County. An invocation is a very important moment in any organization or event. In this case, it helps you, our county commissioners, to focus, unite, and be in one accord as you get ready to discuss the very important public business in Brevard County. It sets the tone for the agenda that follows. A moment of silence does not provide such an opportunity. An invocation sets the mood toward a higher purpose. It reminds you of your higher calling. The outcome of all sporting events, because of an invocation or a unifying message that takes place just before the team hits the field, the same will be true here. The outcome of your meetings will be better if you open the meetings with an invocation. I urge you to approve without delay the 5-page Brevard County Commission draft policy template form titled Selection of Invocation Speakers, and that you rescind Resolution 2015-101. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Reverend Paul Rosper, and then I have Evie Ostrander.
Good morning. Seems like I just saw you guys a little while ago. I want to here this morning to come and support this amendment so that we can get back to what we're really supposed to be doing. Many of our pastors in this county have been a little, and I'm just going to say a little lax, because they haven't been called upon recently to come and give an invocation, to recognize that they have the ability to come and serve the Lord in this way. So I'm definitely for us doing the invocation, because I believe our pastors need to be involved in our county commission. They need to see your faces. They need to know who you are, and you need to know who they are. If for no other reason, but just to get to see their faces and have that relationship built between the county commission and the religious communities in this county is really critical. How many of you had a pastor come and visit you in your office to talk to you about a particular issue? If they don't know who you are, they're probably not going to come and talk with you. But at the same time, if they get to come and see these agendas and speak with them, this will be an opportunity for them to have that relationship with our government, our governing body in this community, and also participate in the community on a larger basis. I'm here and made myself available to Commissioner Smith and all of you the last time I was here. If you needed anything, that you were free to call on me. All of you have my phone number. I'm here to support this. I'm here to help you. I'm here to, whatever you need, I'm available to you. So I wanted to support this amendment and support each one of you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Evie Ostrander?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And I am from the Mission Church in Palm Bay, Florida, and I'm part of the ministerial staff there. And it's an honor to speak to you. I think the greatest honor is to look at you in the face. We see you on TV, but you're better in person. And to say that we pray for you all the time. Our church has about 8 prayer meetings a week, and And I just want you to know that you are so prayed for. And it's what drew me here today as a mom and a grandmother and a member of our church and a member of the community is I am a praying person. And praying for you is part of the love of this people who are citizens here. It expresses love for you as the public servant. And we recognize that you have a sacrifice by being a public servant, your duty, your faithfulness. Some of you have tenure, and you've come back year after year, probably because people have seen that you're a faithful public servant. And I just want you to know that prayer is really important. In Palm Bay, we faced some kind of upheaval about prayer 2 mayors ago. And we thought that things were in jeopardy in that way in a public forum. But it didn't last long, and that got overturned, and we regained our place to be able to freely pray in public forums, those who are called upon, however that gets organized. But our prayer for you is that that would be the case. And I just want to say that my father-in-law, who is a former police chief in Melbourne Beach, he's 92 years old, and he made for each one of you a cross. And he, with his hands, so I have a box of crosses, and he'd be so honored if the sheriff would also have one. He would be so honored to think that the sheriff, as well as you, but I've got a box of crosses, and to think that a 92-year-old man spent his time of putting his hands over and over and over this wood and would be able to send his love to you. The Bible says love never fails. And our prayer is that there will be enough love here to understand that this is a freedom that we should have in America, to be able to open a public forum in prayer. So commissioners, just know, and all those who help.
Ma'am, I have to cut you off.
That we
I'm
love
sorry.
you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Sheriff, you need one. Come on. All right, Commissioner Tobias, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, quick question for Commissioner Smith. Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Certainly.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, during the Williamson case, which led to a judgment in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, was being argued, you stated in the Orlando Sentinel that, quote, "The invocation is for worshiping the God that created us." This statement was specifically cited in the district court's judgment against Brevard County, along with a clarification in your deposition that you were referring to, quote, "the one true God, the God of the Bible," end quote. Before I vote to approve this policy, I want to confirm that this statement would no longer be accurate under this policy, and that those of other faiths would be welcome to give an invocation. Is that correct, Commissioner Smith?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that I was speaking from my heart, but as we've already discussed, and I think we all accept the fact that, and Rabbi Oshansky said it today, there's Lord reaches out to each one of us in his own way, and so everyone has to follow his or her own motivations and his or her own godliness that they reach out to.
Madam Chair, I want to support you. I'm just looking for a yes here.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
How's that for succinct?
Commissioner Smith, you were up next, or yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all the folks that have come out today to support this and taking your time to speak on behalf of this. And I just think it's very important that we do it.
Commissioner Lover?
Just a few thoughts, and I know I'm probably going to go down in flames on this, and that's fine. You know, I think we all have to vote with our conscience and how we think is right at the end of the day, and I'm not looking to criticize anyone for their votes, but I want to point out a few things. So first off, and Madam Chair, if I can ask Ms. Bentley a couple questions, I'd certainly appreciate that. Ms. Bentley, you know, we heard about getting back to the old way of doing things or getting back to doing invocations. I want to be abundantly clear. What we were doing previously was found objectively unconstitutional. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So we are not, even if we support this, we're not going back to the old way of doing things. Is that a fair statement?
That is true, and in fact, the requested action includes the rescission of Resolution 2015-101, which was the prior procedure.
Okay, so our current policy, we heard from some folks, at least it seemed implicit in some of the arguments, that what we're doing is somehow a denial of freedom of speech or freedom of religion or First Amendment challenge of some sort. Is it not, as an objective fact, constitutional for us to continue doing things the way that we're doing them?
According to the policy that's proposed, the federal court has found this procedure appropriate.
And I apologize for asking the same question yet again, but what we're doing now with respect to the invocation policy, is it not a fair statement?
Do you mean the moment of silence?
Yes.
Oh, that's constitutional as well.
I appreciate that. So there is no First Amendment concern that's going to necessitate that we do anything at this point in time unless we just so choose to do so.
Correct.
So I'll just be blunt. The folks that came out here today and spoke, I don't have any quarrel whatsoever with them. In fact, I think they're probably substantially all, if not all, very decent human beings. They aren't the ones that I'm worried about. The one thing that concerns me is that no one that came up really spoke about folks that may come and game this system and intentionally abuse it. Those are the folks that I'm concerned about. You know, I don't make religion a part of much of what I do up here. It forms a basis for my ethics and my morals, but that's about its totality in my involvement on the commission. What I can tell you, speaking of prayer, though, is I pray that my concerns prove to be unfounded and that we don't come to regret this down the road. But that said, you know, certainly I hope that it goes well. I hope that I'm wrong in being concerned about some of the things I'm concerned about. But I just have that risk tolerance concern.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Zonka?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this because I think, you know, it is all-inclusive, and I think we have a diverse community. I mean, if we were worried about what people said when they come up to the mic, we wouldn't have public comment, which, of course, would be unconstitutional. So anybody at any given time can get up to that mic and say whatever they want. So that's not going to be a factor for me in my decision. I think that as long as we're following the law and this is upheld by the 11th Circuit, I'm okay with it. And I know how passionate Commissioner Smith is about getting invocation back in here. Regardless of your religious leanings, it doesn't matter to me. Again, I think I stated this before, probably a couple of years ago when we were in court over the other issue. I mean, we've had other people read things from the Hopi Indians. We've had other types of invocations, even by council members at the time when I was at the city of Palm Bay, and we never had an issue with people saying anything abusive or provocative, and even so, again, that's their right. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, ma'am. I am as well. We haven't been able to do this for a while now. It might have been just simpler to allow people at that time to come and speak, although we thought the logic was that there's public comment and people are able to say what they'd like to say as well. But I'm going to support this. But regardless, I want you guys to know I pray for you diligently every morning on the way up here and other times. I pray for everybody that comes in here. And no matter what we do or what you believe, I always pray for everybody who walks into this room to be blessed and to be well and to be healthy and to be safe. So, you know, you can't stop what people are going to believe or not believe. But I think Commissioner Smith is hit it on the head here. It's an important thing to him. And it's probably important in people's hearts to be able to know that there's someone greater than us that helps keep us a little more responsible. If you think it's just you, you know, but if you know that there's somebody greater than you or higher than you, it kind of helps you do a little better at the end of the day. So Commissioner Zonka, Old Light, Commissioner Smith.
I just like, excuse me, I just like to say again, thank you for everyone. And it is a free country. And that's the purpose of having judges sit there and make decisions, and we, the people, follow those decisions based on the Constitution. And if the Constitution says we have this right, then we have it. And if we have to trim the edges and make it fit whatever parameters the judges say that we need to do, then that's what we're going to do, and that's what I think we've done in this case.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve this measure.
Have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Zonka. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Lober with a few hesitations.
Madam Chairman, did that include the rescission of 2015-101?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Second? Yes. All right. Again, our agenda is a little creative today. I'm going to move to item I-1. Mr. Kranis?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Merry Christmas, everybody. I-1 was a request from the board last year to come back with a formula worked between staff and USSSA to better measure room night counts. We had a team on the county side of myself, the county assistant manager Liesenfeld, and county attorney Bentley. And then we worked with them to, no formula is perfect, but I think we came up with something that will help us moving forward. It helps simplify the process, and it does have some auditable data points, which I think was important. There's also a couple of other measures in the amendment, which include clarification on timing of payments, and also a better description for what constitutes a capital project. So those are all in there.
Okay, Commissioner Lober, I do have a card, but I'm going to have you speak first. Is Mr. Kendall Moore? Sir.
Okay, so I've got a few concerns about portions of this. I don't oppose the entirety of what's being proposed, but there are two particular portions that I find problematic. One which I think we can easily cure, and the other which I think may be more of a problem. So I'll focus my attention just on those items that I have problems with, as opposed to just wasting our time and talking about what I think most of us will be likely to agree on. So first, the easy one to fix. So as far as the capital improvements, I think that a $25,000 limit before they need to seek approval from the county is probably an appropriate limit. It's certainly a lot more appropriate than what's in place now. My one and only reservation with that is that we don't have specified in what's proposed an aggregate cap. So we could have an absolute slew, an unlimited number of $24,000, $20,000, $15,000 capital improvements that can be unilaterally performed and approved by just by the one party, by USSSA. So I think if we put in place an aggregate cap, I think that would alleviate that concern. I don't want to set the cap so low, though, that they have to come to us every year without fail, and that every time they want to replace a nut or a bolt or a fastener, that it now becomes an issue. So I think setting a $350,000 aggregate cap, so $350,000 ag cap for capital improvements would be good on an annual basis. I think a lot of the a lot of the concerns that I have with that would be alleviated. The bigger concern, though, is the formula. I've taken some time to speak with Kendall. He certainly did an excellent job in advocating for his client. I can't say that anyone could have done any better than he did with respect to that. His arguments come from a fairness perspective as I've taken them. The concern is when you look back, granted that the parties who were involved in this contract, the county and USSSA, we now have largely different folks at the helm of each organization, but that doesn't in any way mean that the contracts that were entered into by our respective groups are somehow now no longer valid or somehow need to be adjusted. The fact is that it was an arm's length transaction that took place back when this was originally approved, the USSSA stadium lease. It was something where both sides were represented by counsel. Everyone had the opportunity to do due diligence. And the fact of the matter is, if they agreed to a contract which obligated them to support a certain number, in this case 100,000, verifiable room nights, if they're not verifiable or they're not verified, again, due to no fault of our own, they're simply not meeting it. So I'm not arguing necessarily that every room night that's being generated is being captured. I'm arguing that it doesn't matter from a contractual standpoint, simply because they are obligated to adhere to the terms of the contract. We're obligated to adhere to the terms of the contract. And if the situation were reversed and we were over capturing room nights, or we were coming up with more room nights than might actually be fair or appropriate, they would never in a million years agree to come back and renegotiate it because it's simply unfair. So, you know, my fiscal stance, my fiduciary duty to the county is really opposed to making the change that's proposed with the formula. And I say that because I'll fully grant, first off, that we do have a staff cost, probably a 5-digit staff cost, that is expended on an annual basis in verifying room nights. So if the formula were changed such that it were slightly in USSSA's favor, so that it were maybe 20 or 30 or 40,000 in their favor over the status quo, that might not be the end of the world, simply because we're already expending staff costs in verifying these things. But if we were to have implemented the formula that's proposed in this particular proposal over the prior 2 years, not only would we eliminate roughly $100,000 in penalties, but we would also be required to eat their taxes. Now, I understand that coronavirus may have made the current year odd compared to what ordinarily would be generated, but I don't have anything else to compare it to. And when I look at this, I don't have any reason to believe moving forward that this is going to do anything as far as the end result, the sum of the equation, that it's going to be to our detriment and not to our benefit. If in the future we're able to come to some agreement where they adjust the denominator in that equation such that we have either a wash, or even where they're slightly at an advantage, again, on account of us expending some money in staff hours, I would be okay with that. But this is so one-sided a change as to the formula portion of what's proposed. I just can't support it. It's going to hurt the county, and it's not something that we're obligated to do. I don't think fairness in an arm's length transaction with an entity that was represented by counsel is an adequate basis to say that we need to readjust or renegotiate.
Commissioner Lober, I'm just curious, nobody else has light on. What would you think would be a better denominator?
I had spoken with Jim and Frank and Peter, and I don't want to put this in stone because I don't know that they verified it yet, but I believe the number that we were talking about was 2.1-ish, perhaps. Is that right, Jim, Peter? Sorry to put you on the spot.
The question that you asked is, what would the denominator be if it would, my word, match the current room number, and that the math formula would be somewhere around 2.1.
And like I said, Madam Chair, even if it's slightly in their favor, because we're expending staff hours anyway, I still would be okay with it, but it just can't be to our detriment.
Can you tell me why we went to 1.7? Because I know there was a 0.5 differential there because we considered that maybe a parent would come because they're younger children.
Correct. The data point that we have confirmed from a couple of different sources is that there are on average 2.2 people that stay in each room. That includes not only the participant or the coach, but also potentially a parent. At one point there was a discussion that maybe it's one parent per room, but as we looked out at different events and we looked at different hotel managers that I spoke with, it was clear that there isn't one parent per room. There's a lot of rooms that maybe have 2 or 3 players in them without a parent. So we were trying to find the best compromise or the best number that we could. And so if you look at, whether it's 1.2 versus 2.2, we sort of landed in the middle at 1.7. Without doing further research and studies, there was really no data point that we could get to that was, perfect. So that was the best we could come up with.
Okay, because you guys have done this before with your kids. You traveled. I know if you have a certain age group of kids, they have to have an adult in the room. So I know with U-Trip, they've got some younger teams, and then, of course, 18 and 19-year-olders, you're not going to have older people.
Right.
Did you take this into consideration with that balance with different age groups of
Sure,
children?
yeah, and there's also a lot of adult events as well.
Yeah.
So that was the other thing we had to factor in there. So we know it's not one parent per room, but we don't, it's somewhere between 0 and 1, and so that's where we ended up with 0.5.
Okay, what would be the significance if it were changed to 2.1 instead of 1.7? How does that differentiate from what we're doing now with this, trying to figure out room nights?
I mean, that formula wouldn't really change the end numbers. That was kind of what we were looking at, as if you use 2.1 as the denominator, then it would end up being pretty much right where we are today. So I don't think it really does much, and I wouldn't think USSSA would have any interest in that.
Okay, why did we start this path, Mr. Kranis?
There was a belief that we were not capturing 100% of the rooms, and I can pretty much confirm that from our side. There are three factors there. One is not every participant fills out a housing form, so they don't get 100% from that side. We also know that there are people that come and stay longer than the events. They stay for a couple of days or even longer for a vacation. We're not capturing any of that. And then even from my staff side, we can't get 100% verification, because if you think about vacation rentals, those owners will not share data with us, so they will not allow us to really have the information. Hotels are great. Hotels give us the confirmations that we need, but when we're talking about vacation rentals, which are moving, a lot more into that world, we're not getting 100% verification on our side. So unfortunately, it's not a perfect process.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Zonka?
Yes, my question, Peter, and maybe it's just you reiterating it again. The problem with calculating room nights is a long-standing problem. Had you guys been in place and had, the commission foresee this problem, I mean, we wouldn't have written that kind of contract, correct? Because we made it almost impossible for us to capture all those nights, the way it's set up now, even a full-time staffer.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, in a perfect world, I think we probably...
We would have had a formula in place.
We would have either had a formula or done it on a percentage of analysis, so maybe analyze up to 10%, as opposed to trying to get to 100%, which we knew we could never get to.
Right. And so you're comfortable with this formula? You're comfortable the county's protected, and you're comfortable we're able, and I think you've said this in your opening, but that we're able to adequately audit?
Yes, ma'am. There's two auditable points in this, which I think are really important. One is we can audit the number of participants and how far they are, because in the formula, it has to be people greater than 75 miles away, because that's an assumption at that point that they're not going to be driving back and forth for a 3 or 4 day event. They're going to be staying here. And then the other auditable factor is we can look at the actual events themselves and how many days they take. So that gives us at least the basis of the formula. The only variable was really at that point how many people per room, and I feel 1.7 is as fair a number as we could come up with. So.
And you looked at other agencies, and this is how they calculate it?
Well, unfortunately, there weren't other agencies that do exactly this. A lot of them use estimates. A lot of them use just the number of participants. They don't actually go to the number of room nights. They just look at the number of players. So this takes it probably a step further than any other agency I've seen.
So we're even doubly protected, I mean, in your opinion?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch on my perspective. Back in 2014, when I took office, we knew that the Nationals were going to leave. We knew that. And so I was really, really concerned that we were staring at a potential white elephant in that stadium, because we knew that Major League Baseball teams were not standing in line to come here. They weren't. And so if they're not wanting to come here, who else can we get to use this stadium? It could be an asset, but if we can't find somebody to be in that stadium and to use it and generate income for us, then it's a white elephant, because it's going nowhere and it's just a big expense sitting there. So I know one of the former commissioners that was sitting on the board back in 2014, she would always say, well, we should just sell the stadium for whatever numbers she came up with. But the fact is, that stadium, unless you have tenants, it's not worth anything more than scrap metal. So I don't know what you would get for scrap metal if you tore it down, but it wouldn't be a whole lot. So we were fortunate that USSSA came in here, and another commissioner at the time was very involved with that, Robin Fisher. And these guys are a terrific tenant. They have a tremendous economic benefit. Their being here is a tremendous economic benefit to particularly District 4, because I can tell you that the restaurateurs and even Publix just boom when they're having a tournament in town. The place just booms. But overall, it's a big asset to the county as well, because these people that come here, they don't just stay in motels in and around the stadium. They come and stay in beaches, even hoteliers in Palm Bay tell me that they fill up when when USSSA has a tournament in town. They bring in an awful lot of people. They bring in an awful lot of economic benefit to this community. So when they were making their pitch to us way back when, we didn't even ask them. We didn't even ask them for this room night guarantee. They were so confident in what they could do and what they had done at Disney that they're the ones that threw out the numbers of 75,000 and after 3 years, 100,000. So they really kind of did this to themselves. We went along with it because we figured, well, you know what you're talking about, and it looks good to us. And it gives us some clawback, so to speak. But now to hold them to these numbers, which I think we're doing with the current ideas, I don't think it should be viewed as a punishment either, because they are doing a tremendous economic benefit or bringing a terrific economic benefit to this community. But we know that they're bringing all these folks in, all these kids in. And one of the things we hadn't taken into consideration was the inability to count, because we weren't thinking about VRBO and home away and Airbnb. We didn't. I didn't. We didn't think about those. And we were just considering the motels and hotels. Well, that's pretty easy to verify. But when they're staying in communities, housing, where individuals own these houses, it's very difficult to get those numbers. So I think with all the going back and forth and the compromises that have been made on both sides, I think we're at a place now where we can move forward and not penalize these folks for doing what they're doing, because through no fault of their own, except that they're the ones that volunteered to come up with, use this parameter in the first place, but through no fault of their own, it looks from the outside like we're trying to punish them because they're failing to meet these numbers. So I think we're at a place now where we're in a good place, that we've split the baby, and I think we can move forward knowing that we have a great tenant in that place. They're going to be there for a long, long time, and they're going to bring economic benefit to this county for a long, long time. So I'm fully in support of it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, can I ask Mr. Kranis a question? Mr. Kranis, did the TDC have the opportunity to look at this formula?
Yes, sir, they did.
Can you tell me how they voted on this one?
They voted 7-0 with one abstention, and one person was absent that day.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lober, I'm going to invite you to vote for this one, as you've used this exact argument against me. The TDC unanimously did this. You have an appointee on this one, and therefore, I don't know what the argument is, but you've certainly used that against me on a few occasions. And I want to chide Commissioner Smith for saying VRBO and Airbnb. Just to be clear, we're not expanding that. I made a promise that I would not mention that for quite some time. So that was you, not me. While I'm not thrilled with this amendment, I have come to the conclusion that it's probably best interest of taxpayers because of the contract that the board previously approved with USSSA is unworkable. The amount of staff time that goes into this is just not possible, and given the data points that you explained to me, this seems like a fair compromise. But on a corollary, this item has brought up a tangible issue that has come up several times before, and I think it is the opportunity to inform the board. Currently, the Brevard County Ordinance subsection 2-244A states that, quote, upon a supermajority vote, whether the board of the county commissioners knows it is best interest, blah, blah, blah. Guys, this is a super majority vote, and it's unlike other supermajority votes we take, which I think were put statutorily there for a good reason. When we sell property below market value, or when we enter into a lease at a below market rate, I think it's probably incumbent on us to have a supermajority. It's not the case here. This is something that the county did to themselves. So I will be bringing it up at the next meeting. Obviously, this won't help Kendall at this point, but I don't think that we should have a supermajority vote on this. I think it would pass either way, but I think that there needs to this lacking any, and I asked staff from the historical perspective, it didn't seem like there was anything good. So I'll be bringing that one up at the next meeting, but with some reservations, and I think I've been the most harsh when it comes to USSSA, but I think staff did a very good job given the circumstance they had on this. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any more lights from Commissioner. Commissioner Lober, is your thing working? You are working. Okay, go ahead.
It's going, okay, thank you. So just a few thoughts. So we've heard a little bit about how many parents per room. There's an argument both ways with that. I think the fact is you do get some folks that come with chaperones that bring a slew of kids, but I don't think we even need to consider that. I don't think that question matters. It's the wrong question. When I talked to Kendall, one of the things that he mentioned, which I agree with, is the fact that we're not verifying 100% of the rooms. As Peter said, we knew we could never confirm 100% of them. As Kendall said, it's neither our fault nor USSSA's fault. It just is what it is. When we call people to verify rooms, if they don't pick up, if we call them 3 times and they don't pick up, and we write them and they don't respond, we can't do what we can't do. I heard from Commissioner Zonka that we're protected or we're doubly protected. I want to ask Peter, and I know you weren't here for this, the parties, to your understanding, knew what they were obligating themselves. They knew that they were obligating themselves to verifiable room nights when this contract was entered into before you were here, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, the question in the contract that's really difficult to answer is what is verifiable? What constitutes that? There was no definition to it. So I think they thought they knew what they were getting into, but I don't know that they really had a true understanding of the mechanism of how you have to verify a room night.
But in any event, whether they on their own volunteered because they were so confident, as Commissioner Smith had suggested, that they could take this additional burden over and beyond what was being asked of them, the fact is that's what they agreed to at the end of the day. My question, Peter, in terms of how protected the county is, were we to apply this, and I apologize for being at all repetitive, but were we to apply this for the prior 2 years, we would lose roughly $50,000 a year in penalties. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then we'd also be required to eat their taxes. Do you know what their taxes amount to roughly?
Actually, the agreement calls for the fact that we would not have to pay any real estate taxes looking backwards. So we wouldn't lose anything on that.
But if this were applied, I understand it would never pass were that not a concession on their part. But were it applied, what would their taxes have been?
I think they run about $45,000 a year, something in that
So
range.
we're talking ballpark for the prior 2 years. If this had been in place, instead of what we've been using, we would lose roughly $100,000 a year in the form of having to eat taxes that we otherwise wouldn't have to eat and losing a penalty that we otherwise would be getting. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
So moving forward, unless you anticipate there's some massive change, we're potentially looking at a continuation, or let me ask you differently. Do you see a reason that the trend that would have applied had we applied that retroactively, that's not going to continue in the future? Namely, that we wouldn't now be, if we support this, we wouldn't be eliminating a very likely outcome of having roughly $50,000 in penalties and avoiding roughly $50,000 in real estate taxes every year?
It's hard to know looking forward. There's now the number has jumped from 75 to 100,000. So even with the formula, I think they're going to probably have a challenge hitting those numbers. So we may still get some penalties out of that. But as far as the real estate tax component, yes, sir.
So to your understanding, Jim, please.
Sorry, forgive me for interrupting, Commissioner. I want to make a clarification. The tax reimbursement would be a percentage of what they're above their target. So if USSSA goes above 75,000 room nights, they don't get reimbursed on all their taxes. If they go above 10%, then they would get a 10%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate,
So,
that definitely does make it at least a little better. I appreciate that. That was not what I was anticipating. So that does cushion the downside at least. As far as splitting the baby, though, whether we're looking at 60,000 or 100,000 a year, anything in that ballpark, it's still taxpayer money at the end of the day. As someone that pays into the millage, I don't see a reason to split the baby with my taxpayer dollars that are going into the millage that we're talking about, loosening requirements and making more favorable to one party and one party only. The fact is, it's the question really amounts to, would you rather do something, even understanding that it's fair or is more fair to USSSA, are you still willing to do that, knowing that it's almost certain to cost taxpayers dollars that we don't have any obligation to give away or to alleviate that corresponding burden? I don't think so. I will have to give Commissioner Tobias a fist bump in the air here for the TDC argument. I absolutely would have rubbed that in my face too. So I've got to say good going on that. I will say though, I think this is the only time in 2 years that I've disagreed with my TDC appointee on anything. Certainly if that were the trend, I'd find myself another TDC appointee. I happen to disagree with her on this one. I happen to disagree with what it seems to be a supermajority of the board as well. But, I would urge folks before they push the button and vote, just to consider the financial net impact, not the number of parents per room, because I don't think that's the right question. I think the question is, at the end of the day, do we have to do this? The answer is no. If we do this, what's the end result? The end result is we're going to cost taxpayer dollars. It's not a choice of making this modification or having the stadium go empty. If we don't make this choice and we don't go forward with this, the fact is the parties are going to continue to have to perform as they've agreed to according to the current contract. It's not that they're going to vacate it and we're going to lose money and the stadium's going to crumble to dust. So, again, you need to vote the way that you think is appropriate, but I think this is one of those where, in my mind, that the benefits really don't come anywhere near the detriments.
I want to say I really appreciate this commission. We all have such strong different opinions. We bring a lot to the table, and by the time we're done, we all stay pretty good with each other. So I just want to start out with that before I disagree with you.
I love you guys too. So
I know. I just want to weigh in here. The empty stadium, before I used to watch you guys, I didn't have a life, but that was a high risk having that stadium be empty. And, we still got Cocoa Expo, and that's just been a real problem trying to get a ball team here. And so I really appreciate that the USSSA took the risk and came in. The maintenance alone on this thing sitting empty would have cost us a lot of money, so that helped a lot too. There is no arguing, I'm sure even with all of us on board, that this has been an incredible economic driver as far as tourism taxes. I mean, even during the COVID, we noticed we would drive by the area and that place would be packed with kids playing ball. And so I think it really helped us a lot. If I name my 3 favorite things for tourism here in the county, and I'm going to probably get in trouble with someone's district, I'd have to say the beaches, space, and probably USSSA bringing the sports in. I wish it was in my district, but you got it. So I think they're just so good for tourism. We kind of asked for a new driver because of all the discussions we've had. And since you guys, as Commissioner Tobias pointed out, passed 7-0, I'm probably, I definitely am going to support this at this time as well. Commissioner Zonka?
Yeah, just so we're clear, we were having a hard time coming up with that interpretation in the contract on how to verify room nights, correct? And it's not USSSA asking for something, it's us trying to clarify how to come up with those numbers as well, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Because it was an impossibility for us as a county to not just man the auditing, but it was just a nightmare, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We spend several hundred hours of staff
So
time.
that cost is not recoverable. So by doing this, we're actually just by spot auditing and good spot auditing, not, arbitrary or, effective auditing, we'll be able to save money in that realm, right?
Yes,
And this will
absolutely.
make not just our job easier. Does it make their job easier? Maybe it does in keeping track of their room nights, but the obligation of the contract, they're still bound by, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Number of room nights, et cetera.
Correct.
And the real estate taxes, that's something that we agreed to in the original contract, correct?
That's right.
Okay, I just wanted that restated. I hate going around in circles on this. I just don't want misinformation out there.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with you, Commissioner Zonka. We're going around in circles, and I probably don't need to say what I'm going to say, but because I think we have the votes. But in the interest of trying to make it 5-0, I would just like to ask Commissioner Lober. You've thrown out all the negatives about how much it's costing the taxpayer. What's it going to cost the taxpayer if they leave? Because I can tell you, they're not happy. And if they're looking, and 5 years down the road, they're gone, what's that going to cost the taxpayer? So I hope I can get your vote. But I call a question.
Oh, let me let Commissioner Lower speak one more time, and then we'll go ahead and call the question.
So I was going to say, with respect to this, I think when you vote on it, regardless, you may still, even if you don't agree with me on the majority here, you still may want to consider having that aggregate cap on capital improvements, even if you're happy with the formula. I think that's something that protects us. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Zonka that it's an impossibility to verify all those room nights, but that impossibility has a set cost. It's whatever the cost for those man hours is. And yeah, as I've acknowledged on the front end, we will, in a sense, save money in reduced staff costs, which is why I said at the beginning of this argument, before that was even pointed out, I'm willing to adjust the formula in a way that still is slightly to the benefit of USSSA because we have those staff costs. But those staff costs, I've never heard they rise anywhere near to the level of the lost penalties that we'll have to offset those, and the potential, even if we say that the potential real estate tax implication is nothing, just offsetting those lost penalties, I mean, it would take us 50 grand a year in staff costs to make up for it. So, I know I'm on the losing end of this, and that's fine, but I would just say with the aggregate cap, you may want to consider that in the vote. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it, but, just a suggestion.
Mr. Moore, are you wanting to speak, or?
Commissioner, I'm hesitant to get up, and I'm going to come because you asked.
Oh, well, I have your card, so I wanted to give you opportunity, sir.
You were about to take a vote, so it would have been smart just to sit and be quiet. But let me just try to answer Commissioner Lober's question. For the record, it's Kendall Moore, professional address 895 Barton Boulevard in Rockledge. Commissioner Lober, Commissioners, has brought up two issues. The first of which was trying to place a cap on the. We have now the $25,000 per transaction, but wanting to put an aggregate cap. And our simple suggestion after discussing it last night would be simply this: I don't think you would want to put a cap on dollars that are going to be used to expend for maintenance and upgrade of a facility that you own. Okay, that's what the dollars are being used for. The ARR fund, the Reserve and Replacement Fund, is for the purpose of spending dollars on that capital facility. And so trying to limit to say, well, please don't spend as many dollars to make this facility better, I think would be counterproductive, not only to us trying to make it better, but to you, seeing that you own it and we don't. The second portion, I think, relative to Commissioner Lober's request that stands before you today, we have spent an inordinate number of hours on both sides relative to this issue, and want to be very clear, we are looking for something that accurately counts and verifies the room nights. At no time have we sought relief from the 75,000 and 100,000 room night requirements that are in the original contract. That's the commitment we made, and that's the commitment that we will stand by in that regard. And so if we fall short, it provides for a penalty. As Commissioner Lober said, if we happen to go over, there is an incremental component of the real estate tax that you would pay if we happen to go over. So no change in penalty and no change in the requirements that we originally signed up to in the contract. Just want to simply make sure that every room night that's created and verified that we're given credit for. So thank you very much, Commissioner. If you have questions, happy to answer.
Madam Chair, may I ask a couple questions, Mr. Moore?
Yes, I need you to push your button for me, because I'm
I'm
learning to
pushing.
look at it.
I don't know why it's not going.
I don't have you come, there you are now.
Did it go once or twice?
I got you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Moore, I appreciate, your argument that there's no reason to cap the improvements. Were USSSA not credited for spending the money, I would agree with you. If it were just that you unilaterally wanted to spend money and there were no impact to the county taxpayer, by all means, spend as much money as you want fixing our facility. If you want to put money into the Moore Justice Center or to the Government Center here, I am happy to put a motion up to authorize staff to take any check from this client or any other client if they want to do it out of the goodness of their hearts. The reason that the capital improvement individually is set at $25,000, in my estimation, is because there's a recognition, and if you have a different opinion, please tell me, that there is a recognition that it's appropriate for the county to have the level of involvement to approve or decline expenses over that level. Namely, we don't want things to be of an escalated cost. We don't want things to perhaps be sole source, whereas they would ordinarily have to go out to bid. That's why we have that cap. I mean, is your understanding different as far as the $25,000 per capital improvement cap? Do you have a different understanding as to why that's in place?
Commissioner, as the agreement sits today, the cap is $250,000.
Right, so why are we lowering it then?
So we are lowering it at the request of simply during not unrelated to USSSA, TDC has had 2 audits most recently, and at the request of staff, they thought it was more appropriate to put it in line with what Mr. Kranis has the ability to approve under normal TDC protocol. So when this was originally created, and as it sits today, USSSA could go spend up to $250,000 without your approval. And certainly, at staff's request, we thought that $25,000 was certainly much more of an appropriate number in that regard, and feel like the per instance issue, we have no problem with that. Where we get into, and if you look at section 4 of the amendment, and it specifically talks about really major things, air conditioning, roof repairs. When you start talking about significant things like that on an asset that's in tens of millions of dollars in value, to set a cap at $350,000 per annum could really put us in jeopardy. And where are you pulling those funds from? It's the ARR fund, which you contribute $250,000 to per the contract, and so does USSSA. So the dollars are actually coming from that fund set aside for that purpose.
So let me ask you again, whether it's $250,000 or $25,000, why do we have a cap on that at all? If it's if it's the goodness of your client's heart and it improves the facility for everyone, why not say you can spend $10 million without getting approval from us?
And that certainly would be up to the county. It's at $250,000 today, and so we are reducing that to 1/10, which we thought was a pretty responsible move.
So let me ask you then. You don't have any requirement to put out any capital improvements, or I'm sorry, any sort of improvements of a capital nature. You don't have a requirement to put that out to bid or to do an RFP or an RFQ, do you?
Actually, there are structured environments. So below a certain threshold, there's no requirement. Between I think it's 5 and 25, we've got to collect 3 bids for that purpose, and then over 25, we need 3 bids, and we need the staff's approval prior to spending those dollars.
So let me ask you, without an aggregate cap, if you keep things under the threshold required for bidding, what prevents there from being dozens or hundreds of individual small expenses that are aggregated together where they're all just sole sourced?
The ultimate cap, Commissioner, that actually exists, and maybe staff may have a different opinion, would be the amount that's actually in the ARR fund. So ultimately, the dollars that are currently in that fund, $250,000 per year from each of the 2 entities, from USSSA and the county, puts a cap. It certainly could never go beyond the amount that exists in there, because there would be no dollars to pull from in that regard. So we believe the fund itself, with the limited amount of dollars that exists, provides for an appropriate aggregate cap, and we agreed to moving the number, again, as I said, from $250,000 to $25,000 per transaction.
Peter and Jim, do you agree with that statement as far as that forming a cap, an aggregate cap, the amount in the fund?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a true statement that if there were, for instance, $1 million in that fund and a request for, $2 million came in, we literally would not have the dollars to fund that project. So yeah, it does sort of serve as a cap in itself.
But again, it could be a much higher cap than, let's say, $350,000, depending on what's in the fund at any given time.
Right, and my biggest thought and concern about the ARR fund is that to replace the AstroTurf in 8 years, of all the fields is going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $8 to $10 million. We are not going to have enough money in that fund to do that. So, that it does in itself sort of create a cap for us.
I appreciate that. And the last couple of questions, if I may, Madam. So,
Okay,
Mr. Moore.
I think you're either going to have to convince us, because I think it's 4-1 right now. So just to know what you're trying to achieve.
I'm just trying to swing one.
Okay,
If
sir.
I can, I can. If I can, I can. So I understand, Mr. Moore, you indicated that you're not asking, and your client's not asking for any sort of relief from the room night obligation, the actual number. Is that right?
That's correct.
But what your client is asking is for us to adopt a new formula that, to a near certainty, will result in more room nights being attributed to your client.
Which will result in near certainty of rooms being created, counted, and verified. That's what we're seeking, Commissioner. We fundamentally believe that the numbers you're referring to in the past, the room nights did exist and weren't counted. And here's a couple of instances. I went to look this morning based upon your earlier question. When we were here in 2019, I think we may have put it on the record. I
Yes, sir.
don't exactly reflect. But in 2018, there were 98 youth events, not counting the adult events. Out of those 98, 93 of those events took place where the age of the participant was under the driving age. So if you have driven by the facility and seen any car there on any one of those 93 events, I can guarantee you that there was not an individual driving one of those cars that was a participant that we will be counting. So the discussion, Commissioner, has historically been, or the concern, we know every single participant. And the staff pressed us tremendously, and you heard Mr. Kranis, Mr. Leisenfeld say it. We're going to include things in the formula that we certainly can prove and certainly can audit. And the data we know are participants. We don't know whether Johnny or Susie brought a mother, a grandmother, any of those to-dos. So when we realized that we could not count that, we followed the staff's direction of finding things that there was certainty to, and we certainly know the number of participants that exist.
So just in a word, and I appreciate all the background, and I'm not trying to make a room night argument. I'm looking at the end result, the actual numbers at the end of the day, the net impact. To your understanding, just as concisely as possible, if you would, what you're asking us to do today has the same impact as keeping the existing formula but reducing the room night requirement, does it not?
I would wholeheartedly disagree.
So how is it different in some way?
We are asking that any room night created be counted. And the presumption for us, and I think we had that discussion in July of 19, right in this same forum, that there's a clear presumption that there are room nights that are not being counted. And we know in the formula, and we didn't talk about those today, in the formula, there were a very specific, Commissioner, number of gives that we are giving up as a part of this particular process. And I'll just mention, two for your consideration. The TDC did a recent survey when this body approved Junior Olympics and AAU. And when you surveyed those individuals, the survey came back and said 24% of them said that they stayed for longer than the actual event, on the front end or on the back end. There's no mechanism in the formula if you decide to extend your stay by 1 day for whatever reason for us to even get any credit for that whatsoever. And there's a number of those, but we believe in appropriateness for getting to a formula that counts and verifies. That's what we're asking
Mr.
for,
Moore, I
Commissioner, not relief.
apologize, but I don't think that's responsive to what I'm asking. I'm asking the net impact at the end of the day, which you said you absolutely or wholeheartedly disagree with. What you're asking us to do by adjusting the formula, which will result in more room nights being attributed to your client to a near certainty, I would almost say to a certainty, are you arguing that doesn't have the same impact as reducing the room night requirement under the existing formula?
Absolutely not.
How is it different?
If I've created the rooms, I'm just asking that they be counted and be verified. So you're asking us to assume that the rooms were not created. We feel very strongly from the beginning of this contract till today that there are rooms being created, and we see no reason to depart from the required number.
Okay.
75,000 and 100,000, it is what it is, Commissioner, but we certainly fundamentally believe we are not asking for the requirement.
Mr. Moore,
Can I call a question, please?
Let me jump in. Commissioner Lober, I don't think you're going to change your mind. Well, I can hear your questioning, so I don't think that's going to, I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to change you right now. Am I correct?
Okay, I'll just summarize. I'm done with the questions. But mathematically, we can say that, that John doesn't have a beard, but the fact is he has a beard. I mean, it is what it is. If the end result is the same, the end result is the same. By altering the formula, we're resulting in a benefit to his client and a detriment to the county. If we kept the formula the same and we reduced the room night obligation, the net result would be the same as what's being proposed, in that penalties would be reduced or disappear. We would have the potential of eating real estate tax. If everyone's okay with it, then by all means vote and support it. But I think you need to understand that's the same net effect of what you're doing. You're essentially doing the same thing and causing to be put in place the same numbers at the end of the day as would be the case if you kept everything identical that everyone agreed to, everyone, us, them, everyone, and just relieve them of the room night obligation. That's my concern with it, but I'll be quiet at that. I think I've given it my best shot.
Okay, sir, we certainly appreciate your passionate opinion there. Commissioner Zonka, did you want to make a motion?
Just that statement is not exactly what this commission is doing. I think we're trying to clarify it for both the county and for USSSA, and I believe that it's not just fair, I think it's responsible. I mean, we have to have a way to count these room nights. The county has come up with a way that they're comfortable with and a way that we can verify it, and that just, it serves you, it serves us, and it's the responsible thing to do. I don't think we're losing out on anything, because if I believed it for a second, and you know me, I've given USSSA enough
Yes,
of a
ma'am.
hard time over, I would even argue with Commissioner Tobias that I think I've been a little harder on you guys yet than he has. I don't think that there's anything wrong with what we've come up with, and the county's comfortable with it, so I'm comfortable with it.
You making a
So can we
motion?
call the question,
You
please?
making a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Lober. Thank you. In objection. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Commissioner.
Thank you for all your time and education.
Thank you.
Take care, Kendall.
I'm going to move into public comments. I have Mr. J.B. Dennis, then I have Mr. Michael Branson. Mr. Dennis, are you here, sir? Okay, Mr. Branson? And then Miss Pamela Castellana.
Something up here. Good morning, Merry Christmas. My name is Michael Bramson. I'm the president of the Brevard County Firefighters Union. I'm here to speak on basically the status of what's going on through some new events going towards public safety. The big stress going on for your firefighters today is basically what is being asked of them. The weekend of December 12th and 13th, Brevard County asked 32 firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, and dispatchers that they are required to remain at work. We call it mandatory overtime. The weekend after that, this past weekend, the busiest shopping weekend in this year because of COVID, December 19th and 20th, we were able to reduce that to 16 firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, and dispatchers were told to work. This morning when I checked the staffing and worked through what needs to be done as far as what I personally have to do for shift, we've discovered that only one. These are not an indication of changes to what's going on in Brevard County. These are fantastic and noble efforts by the firefighters to cancel leave, move time around, split shifts so they can see their kids until noon. And it's also a great effort by our management, senior staff, fire chiefs, and his staff to make sure that there are things in place to allow our firefighters a little bit of a break. The new stress coming out is this vaccine that's been put on our shoulders as public safety, not just the firefighters, but the frontline workers, hospitals, sheriffs. And that came out pretty quick without a lot of documentation towards what that affects us and how that changes our staffing. So what I come up here today to say is something unique is the efforts for this holiday season, for this Christmas and for New Year's, have been fantastic to allow our firefighters a breath of fresh air. But it should be noted from the union's point of view that these efforts are non-survivable, and as we move into 2021 with the increase in the unknown results of the vaccine, how COVID is going to affect us, and what our seasonal changes are. Right around the corner, as we know, as we see this below average temperatures, right around the corner is wildland season. I mean, that's yet another thing that we have to do, a lot of interface, a lot of growth. Where that stadium is right behind there, stuff does light off every year. So I wanted to bring that to everybody's attention in Brevard County, that your firefighters, your public safety are willing and able and are doing a great job to do what is asked of them with as much of a sacrifice that could be done during the holiday season. Thank you for your time. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Pamela Castellana. Sandra Sullivan, you'll be next, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners, and you got it right the second time.
Thank you.
It's Castellana. I'm here to address to ask you to consider the way that you're spending your CARES Act funding, and I guess my commissioner has left the room. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Lober for making a choice, I know, shocking, for making a choice that, you're often right, Commissioner Lober, I tell you that, for making a choice out of your slush fund to donate to the funeral expenses of Mrs. Toro from your particular slush fund and help make that possible. So my colleague, Stacy Patel, I know has sent everybody a list of more than 222 people who are currently struggling, more than 30 from each district. And 62% are behind on their rent or mortgage, 36 have been evicted or anticipate eviction, 19 are homeless, 6 are living in a hotel, and 21 have been found less expensive housing. And this is directly as a result of the COVID pandemic. In comments supporting invocation, I heard many Christian speakers defend of an invocation. Christ gave very few direct commands. They included feeding the hungry, clothing the poor. Not only is it a direct imperative, it's actually a moral one and an economic one. My business has been cut not because I have limits in my activity due to COVID, but because my customers don't have any money. And if we don't put money in the direct hands of the people that need it, then all the money that we're giving to businesses isn't going to do any good. If they don't have customers that have money to spend, then you're supporting them is going to have to go on forever and ever and ever. So that money really needs to be going directly into the hands of the people that need it the most, our homeless, our hungry, and those that are on the point of eviction. I know that there's a moratorium on eviction now and a moratorium on foreclosures now. When that moratorium is lifted, those people can expect to get payment. And the people that have been living in those circumstances aren't going to magically have the $5,000 or $6,000 that they're behind. I know you're not Machiavellian enough to hope that people lose their homes so that their value is reprocessed when they're repurchased. So I would hope that you would consider reaching out and giving some of those CARES Act funding directly to the people that need it the most, your citizens of Brevard County.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Sullivan?
Sandra Sullivan, South Patrick Shores. Happy holidays. I am here tonight to request, this morning, to request the county to consider whether the city of Satellite Beach has breached the restrictive uses of Hightower and Pelican Park agreements and deed restrictions. First, there is the approval of the view development, including the Skyway into and onto the Hightower Park Preserve. The restricted uses says the property shall be used solely as a public beach, park, and related public uses. This does not include use by a commercial entity's hotel, Skybridge, into the park. The developer is now selling off a section of the property to another developer with Skyway promoted as an asset to the property on the listing. Additionally, now the city of Satellite Beach have approved their parking management plan to proceed to get RFPs and write ordinance. Unlike Collier County, who has an interlocal agreement with Naples City for both city and county residents to have parking permits. By contrast, City of Satellite Beach manager's own words, the proposal that the committee is submitting today is city residents would not be charged because they already pay for park maintenance in their taxes. residents would come and get a permit without having to pay anything out of their pockets. Meanwhile, county residents also pay for maintenance on county parks. While our community has a large number of veterans and retired on fixed income. A family like myself with a teen and 2 other adult cars would pay an additional $150 annually to access these former county parks purchased with county funds and maintained for years by county. Therefore, I would suggest this may be a violation of the covenants of the county. Covenants stipulate that no differential be charged to the public, uniform user fees. And since the city residents themselves are not paying for new parking permit in their taxes, would this be a differential if we pay and they don't? The agreement with the county was to make the park available to all county residents and of visitors with no differential in fees. It says, I'm running out of time, so failure of the city to comply with this provision shall be considered a material default under this agreement, and the property shall revert back to the county subject to terms of the same. I would ask the county to consider county constituents in considering this request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms.
Madam Chair?
Dina Hicks-Ryder?
Madam Chair, just before she goes, I just have a brief comment on what you mentioned.
Certainly. You may sit down, Ms. Sullivan, but go ahead, sir.
Just briefly, I've looked at the proposal from the city, and I'll tell you, it does trouble me, the differentiation between city residents and others, and basically saying, well, we're going to reimburse ourselves for their costs. That seems to be kind of a roundabout way of saying we're just not going to charge them. I can tell you that I am concerned about it as well in how it may impact negotiations with Cocoa Beach and Cocoa for Cherry Down and for Lori Wilson. If I end up supporting anything along the lines of what's proposed with Satellite Beach, the only reason I would support it, and I don't know where I am with it because I really need to determine where the precedential value is going to fall. The only reason I would support it is if Commissioner Smith, with it falling in his district, is comfortable, because I generally will support, with very, very rare exception, the policies that apply just to one district if they don't impact the others. But the issue that I have with that is that I don't know that it's really restricted to his district, both in how it would impact other negotiations, and also if I, as a D2 resident, want to go there, do I have to pay, whereas their residents now can go for free? I don't know that I'm going to support that for that reason. I don't think that that's necessarily something that's fair. I will tell you, I've had conversations with staff about it, and without putting staff under the bus, some staff has the same concern, namely that that's a roundabout way of saying, okay, well, we're treating everyone identically, but we're really not. So it is something that I think is a very, very valid concern. I can tell you that I'm not inclined with Cocoa or Cocoa Beach for any of the parks to agree to anything like that when I negotiate with them. It's not in the realm of what I'm willing to do.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a lot to say on the subject, but I wanted to say that I, too, share your concerns, and I, too, have spoken with staff. So tune in the future.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ryder?
Madam Chair, good morning, and distinguished members of the Commission. I'm Dina Ryder Hicks, Public Affairs Manager with Waste Management. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here this morning. Simply a brief service update for residents this morning. Commissioner Pritchett, Commissioner Lober, Mr. Abate, and Mr. Rodriguez are already aware of this, but I just wanted to make sure that we had this in the larger public forum, that there's going to be a service day change for many North County residents for recycling and yard waste and bulky waste service. This service day change will begin Monday, February 1st, 2021. Not all North County residents will be impacted by this service day change, but those who are will receive a postcard and a service day change sticker that will be hand-delivered to the front door of their home. The postcard will look like this, that has a lot of pertinent information about the service day change. The sticker will look like this, not quite this large though, but it will look like this, and it will designate the service day change for that particular residence. The postcards and stickers are going to be delivered starting January 4th. We expect all notifications to be delivered by January 15th. Now, this change is being done to provide more efficient service to our residents for recycling and yard waste, bulky waste. Central and South County Brevard will not be affected. Again, this is North Brevard residents. Your garbage service days will not change. So if you're on Monday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday, or Wednesday, Saturday, those days will remain unchanged. If residents have any questions after they receive the postcard, we encourage them to give us a call, 321-636-6894, and our phone number is on the postcard. Also, just a reminder, there will be no collection service this Friday in observance of Christmas, but New Year's Day, Friday, January 1st, is a regular work day for Waste Management. There will be service on New Year's Day on January 1st, if Friday is your regular service day. And with that, we wish you all a very safe and happy holiday season, and thank you all for the trust and confidence you place in Waste Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryder. We're going to move into items H1. I know, we're all thinking it. You and Commissioner Tobias sometimes here where you kind of. Sir, you are on.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to first comment on his tie.
His tie?
Oh, you thought I was going to say something about his head? No, that's perfectly normal.
Yeah, it's matching.
Who does your hair? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. So item H1 is a request for final approval of a change to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee ordinance. We brought it to you at the end of October for legislative intent and permission to advertise, which has happened. So this is changing the ordinance to be in line with changes at the state level in the statute that happened this past legislative session, which was adding a elected official to that committee. At the same time, we're also doing some corrections of clerical errors. We're revising some definitions. We added term limits to make them in line with our other committees. Provided an effective date, and then again amended language in line with that statute. We took the opportunity to make one final change. There's a portion of the ordinance that actually outlined specific affordability period of 15 years for our projects. Which sometimes is in conflict with our local action plan, local housing assistance plan, and our action plan through HUD. So we changed the language in the ordinance to be reflective of whatever is in those two documents at the current time is what the ordinance is supporting.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Motion approved.
Motion by Commissioner Lober.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item H2.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is a petition to vacate a public utility and drainage easement. It's at 2820 Shepherd Drive in Silver Pines. They are requesting the vacating of a 1-foot portion of a 5-foot wide public utility and drainage easement. All pertinent county agencies and public utility companies have been notified, and there are no objections at this time.
Motion approved, Lober.
Motion by Commissioner Lober. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Tobias. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item H3, sir.
H3 is also a petition to vacate a public utility easement. This one is for 443 Siegel Drive, Barefoot Bay, Unit 2, Part 13. This is a petition requesting the vacating of a portion of a 6-foot wide public utility easement along the front line of their house. All pertinent county agencies and public utility companies have been notified, and there are no objections at this time.
Motion by Commissioner Tobias, second by Commissioner Lober. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. Item H4. This is an ordinance to consider an economic development in Avalon
tax exemption for Roswell US LLC, doing business as Roswell Marina. This is for 8 years at 80%, and it's estimated to be $4,200 a year for the 8-year period. They're going to add 21 positions, and the average wage will be $53,714.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Lober, though I do have a light on you, sir.
Say the last part again?
Motion and a second, but I do have your, is that an old light?
No, it's a new light.
Okay, sir.
It's a new light, if I may, just briefly. So, as you know, I met with this company's attorney some time back, and they had given me a little pushback when I asked for info to help me discover what their supply chain was, which is relevant in the sense that it determines to a large part whether it's realistic that these folks would be moving to China. Since that time, I had emailed them. We had our meeting. It was continued. I emailed them. They had emailed back. It looks like all of us, as a result of sunshine, I couldn't reply all. That was on December 15th. The next day, on December 16th, I sent their attorney something saying, as far as the ownership of Roswell Global, you mentioned that, and I quoted, a majority of the parent company shareholders are Canadian citizens, close quote. Are there any shareholders, owners who live in Brevard? Which has essentially been the question I've been asking from the get-go, whether anyone that has any substantial interest lives in this county. So then on the 17th, I got a reply saying, yes, a small number of shareholders, including our CEO, live in Brevard County. The majority of shareholders do not live in Brevard. So I replied back, that I'm not trying to be difficult, but I still haven't gotten any answer to my initial question posed during our meeting as to how many shareholders with a substantial interest in the company live in Brevard and who they are. This is necessary for me to evaluate the supply chain ownership of associated businesses. Would you please provide me a list of shareholders in Brevard? If there are more than a dozen, a list of those with interest exceeding $100,000 in value would be sufficient. And then I wrote in the next paragraph, I cannot evaluate the application without this info. So she wrote back for the first time ever, claiming that it was confidential. She wrote back on the 17th again, I'm sorry. She wrote back, it looks like, bear with me, I'm sorry, my email just did something. Oh, here it is. Bear with me just a moment, I'm sorry. I just had this. Oh, here it is. On the 17th, she wrote back, Brian, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult either, but the information you're asking for is confidential business information that we as a private company cannot disclose without assurance that it will remain confidential, and she goes on about that. So the problem is I've been asking and asking and asking and asking for this info, because if they have folks that have substantial ownership in this, who own their entirety or the majority of their supply chain, the chances that they're going to pick up and move are slim to none. The problem is they won't provide me the info that I need to do appropriate due diligence on this. There was no cited basis for this claim confidentiality. It seems that they unilaterally just don't wish to tell us. I'm curious as to why the info is being hidden, why I'm put in a position where I have to ask numerous times, only now for the first time after God knows how many contacts, to hear a claim that it's confidential. I don't know whether it could be that the shareholders do in fact own a large portion of the supply chain here in Brevard, and as a result, they'd never support moving operations to China. I don't know, but that's not because I didn't ask. So, this is something I really wanted to support, but based on the information that I really need to perform what I consider appropriate due diligence not being provided to me, I can't do that.
Commissioner Zonka?
I'll just keep it short because I don't want to get into the circle discussion again. I spoke with EDC and we discussed, some of the concerns because obviously I can't communicate with Commissioner Lober, but typically, with most projects, and this is the first time I've heard it brought up, we don't get into, very specifics as far as ownership goes, other than, the information that they're required to disclose. This is a tax abatement of $4,200 a year. If they don't comply, if they pick up and move, they won't get the abatement. There's clawback provisions that protect us. So at 21 jobs and $53,000 a year, if every company that came here, we said no because somebody from Brevard County didn't have ownership in it, then we wouldn't be doing business, especially with some of our larger employers. So I'm going to support it.
I'd like to make a move to approve.
I'll second.
Madam Chair?
I think we already did. Can I call the question so we don't?
Yeah, I'm going to let him do one more comment, and then we're going to...
No, I think it sounds like Commissioner Zonka didn't understand what it was that my concern was. She had mentioned that if we evaluate companies and only approve those that have ownership interest in Brevard, that we'd be in a different position. I've never suggested that ever. I've never even intimated that. What I was stating, and I apologize if it was at all unclear, I'm not sure that it was, though, was that if the folks that own that company own all of the supplying companies that they get their fasteners, their parts from, that do their inventory management. If they're all here in Brevard, the chance they're going to pick up and leave is non-existent. So sure, we're protected in the sense that if they don't deliver what they say they're going to deliver, then they're not going to get the tax abatement. But my question isn't that. My question is, do we need to give them the tax abatement at all if there's no chance that they're going to move and the jobs are going to be here anyway?
But we can't predict that with any company that can pick up and move. I mean, tax abatement was voted on by the taxpayers. I mean, if we said to every company, we want to know your complete supply chain, and oh, by the way, why don't we just simply ask them to sign a contract committing to never leave Brevard County for 25 years? I mean, that's about as ridiculous as what may or may not be. So again, I'm not going to go back and forth. Can I call the question?
Well, it sounds like you are going back and forth, but ma'am, I actually had the mic still. So
and that's great, and you have the mic the whole meeting, and this just goes on and on and on, and it never stops.
Well, if you want to go along to get along, you're welcome to do that, but I actually think I have a job to do up here.
I'm going to go ahead and...
I'm really not.
I'm going to go ahead and...
Sounds like it.
I'm going to go ahead and pause this out. We're having a very passionate commission meeting today.
It's over.
So I want to go ahead and call the question. I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Zonka. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2. All right, we're going to move to, well, I have a time certain at 11 o'clock, but I do believe we have time to do a couple of the J items. I have item J1. Mr. Abate, are you bringing this in, sir, or Ms. Wall coming back?
Yes, this particular item was brought, and as the board may know, the CARES Act funding was extended by Congress, and I anticipate it will be signed by the president. So that's going to change it slightly from where we were. And what was submitted with this, since now it's going to be 1 year, additional year added from the December 30th date that was applicable. This was about cleaning services and sanitation at all the courthouses. However, I do believe the sheriff, because we had dialogue about this, and he was prepared to make an offer, and I know he's here to speak on the item. So if, with the chair's indulgence, I'd like to turn it over to him.
Thank you, Frank. Good morning still, I guess we're still in the morning. As Frank said, we saw an opportunity to perhaps save some county funding here, some CARES Act funding. If you look, and Chief DeMorat's here with me, he's going to provide you with a copy of the services. There's about $30,000 that is being expended monthly to do what we would call a deep clean, a COVID clean, if you will. It's spelled out in the document that you're getting what services are provided. We believe that we can provide that service with inmate labor and save that $30,000 a month as a result of it. I've had a conversation with facilities. They are supportive of it. Our county manager is supportive of it. And also I've had an opportunity to talk with our chief judge who actually met with all the judges, and they unanimously supported as well. So we would offer inmate labor to do this deep cleaning and in the aspect that it's been taking place, and again, available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lober, is that a new light?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me. Sheriff, I just want to make sure, and I believe that I'm going to be on board with this. There's not going to be any penalty or any sanction or any negative treatment of anyone who's an inmate that just chooses not to do this. Am I right?
Oh, absolutely. No, sir.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that we're on board with that. That's what I understood to be the case. I'm going to support this, so I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve it, but hand it over.
I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Smith. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, Commissioner Tawai, you came in quickly, sir.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for clarification. On the item we have, it has a fiscal impact of about $300,000 over 6 months. So when we subtract out the $30,000 for 6 months, that's $180,000. So the remaining $110,000, $120,000. My question is, where would that be coming from? And can you give us? Am I doing the math correctly?
Yes, you are, Commissioner. That would have been coming from the Public Safety Fund. However, that's a not to exceed number, and facilities is also working, for example, on the tents to make a purchase of a tent so we can lower that cost as well. So the funds would remain, basically the 180,000 plus anything less than the remaining funds would remain today in the public safety fund that the board has approved and created. That obviously is also subject to future board consideration if the board so chose, because there is a change in CARES Act funding now that it's been extended for a year. But we are moving forward with the continuation of the public safety fund as the board has created, unless the board changes that on its own initiative.
Madam Chair, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir. Are we okay to do a motion now? You comfortable? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to call a 5-minute break here, and when we come back, we're going to come back with a time certain with the clerk of courts.
I thought he was here, but I didn't see him. I saw everyone else from his office. I saw Rachel and Steve and Tyler.
Right on that ditch. The main ditch where Henry kept going.
Kurt?
My house. So we do little things like we'll get together probably Christmas night, Christmas Eve. Christmas lights and stuff like that.
Steve, is the clerk here yet?
Together. My wife has bought
No? Is he coming?
Rachel's here. I just saw her a minute ago.
He's on his way.
And then they've got Steve.
Do you want to push the time certain up a little bit longer? Okay.
That's just me. I mean, that's my mind.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. And I'm going to just do item J2 real quickly. We were waiting on a time certain, waiting on the participants to come, but I believe the sheriff has to leave and he wants to comment on this. Is it appropriate if I go ahead and let the sheriff come speak first, sir?
Yeah, I just want to lay very, very quickly the groundwork.
Yes, sir.
The legislative delegation is meeting on January 7th. This item has all the items that staff has put together for the board's consideration and what would move forward. You will see on the top of that list something for the EOC for requesting matching funding from the state. I have spoken to the sheriff about that particular item, and I know he wants to make some comments on that, so I'd like to defer to him at this point. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Just to echo what County Manager was saying, we're fully committed to helping seek funding for the EOC in its full capacity. We'll be working with our state legislators as well as our governor to demonstrate just how valuable the EOC is to us. How it's the second busiest EOC in the country, and the reason for that. Also going to be working with some private partnerships, creating public and private partnerships to see if we can further that along too. But we're committed to working with the county manager and the staff to make sure we have that. And we all see the absolute need for it. We see the volume of launches that we're having, the potential for hurricanes, and certainly we've seen the results of the pandemic here. So we'll all be working together on that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lober, is that a new light?
It's for the next item.
Okay, Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the work staff did on this. However, in all honesty, I imagine the delegation with the hundreds of requests they're going to get, the odds of them going through 4 or 5 pages of wants or desires is highly unlikely. On top of that, there's some things that are troubling in here. Should you have gone through it, you would have seen that there's even a request to loosen E-Verify requirements, which I think this board unanimously decided was probably the correct way to go. So for those reasons, I'm not against the funding for the EOC, but I certainly would like some, I'd certainly like to see it pared down. Again, the delegation meeting, I think we'll have 3 minutes. It's going to be done remotely. And to task someone to go through this in 3 minutes is next to impossible. I've thrown out some good ones here, just some ones that are near and dear to my heart for suggestions. Should you agree, great, and not, I would like to hear your suggestions. But I'm very uncomfortable supporting something that is soft on people who are not able to legally work here. My suggestions are as follows. Support the restoration of rights for 18 to 20-year-old Brevardians to keep and bear arms. Support legislation to deregulate liquor sales by grocery stores, including Brevard County businesses. Support legislation to ensure that undocumented aliens do not get the benefits of in-state tuition at Florida colleges and universities located in Brevard. And support regulations that would allow public notices to be online instead of the paper, which would save taxpayers in Brevard County tens of thousands of dollars. I think most of those will be championed by our delegation and would like our support. However, again, we can't support the package as presented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. I don't disagree with those items either, but yes, sir.
Since our only involvement is just seeking funding for the EOC, did you need me to stay up any longer? Or?
No, sir, not if you're comfortable, and I completely support that as well.
Yes, ma'am. That's our only involvement is seeking funding for the EOC in the legislative delegation.
Okay, Commissioner Tobias, let me just ask you real quick, and then we'll ask other commissioners. Are you good with the EOC in that list as well?
Am I with that singular one? Absolutely. These are just suggestions I have. If there are other good ones in here, I just can't vote for anything that would have us do away with E-Verify.
I'm fine with leaving that off myself, and I think your list is also a good list.
I certainly don't, Madam Chair, I certainly don't want to add to the list. Again, this is 3 pages.
But you're right, these aren't expensive items that probably wouldn't be as hard for them to champion because it's not going to require a lot of money, right?
Nothing here, none of my 1, 2, 3, 4 suggestions would cost any money. In fact, a few of them would see a reduction in expenses.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, do you have any more comments? Commissioner Zonka.
Yeah, I would be fine with adding those items, Commissioner Tobias, because I had the public notice thing on my agenda too.
Okay. Commissioner Smith? Okay, I guess we need some type of motion or consensus.
As indicated and as discussed by Commissioner Tobias.
Okay.
So just to be clear, it would be those, Madam Chair, just those 4 items plus the funding for the EOC?
Yes, sir. Did you guys want to leave on the lagoon?
I prefer to leave it.
Okay, the lagoon as well. They have the agritourism amendment. We're getting kind of lengthy in the amounts,
That's
right?
the problem. As much as I'd like to see that adjusted, if there's room, I'd certainly be happy to keep it on 1 8.5 by 11. But if there's not room, I think we can.
Would you guys like
keeping
keeping it on?
Why wouldn't it be easier for us to just X out the ones that we're not supporting?
Let's X out the ones we don't support. So we are not supporting.
That's my motion.
Okay. We're getting rid of the E-Verify one. Is there any others, commissioners, that you want to omit from the list?
Madam Chair?
Certainly, sir.
Unfortunately, we've just taken a long document and made it even longer then.
Well, you had such good ideas.
Yeah, well, that very rarely happens, number one. And number two, again, a couple of these will actually be run by Brevard's delegation, so it'd be nice to, but again,
okay.
We just don't have the time in that 3-minute span to make a strong argument for each and every one of these. So that's why I thought having 4 or 5 that could easily, and did not cost a great deal of money would be more effective.
Okay, I have an idea, guys. Maybe we can let Commissioner Tobias represent on this one.
I like that.
And sir, you can kind of time it what you think, put your ideas in, and make sure the EOC's in, and then whatever you have time for.
And my motion also contemplates that.
How do y'all feel?
Second.
And I'm okay with that. Can I speak? Okay. I'm not saying, of course, the lagoon is always our priority, but I believe it's already our delegation's priority.
Probably, yeah.
I'm not saying don't just maybe brush by that one because they already are very motivated to raise us money or to send money back home for lagoon projects. I definitely want to keep the EOC. Our infrastructure, we only have one infrastructure priority on here. I would say at least leave it.
That one, I'm sorry.
I mean, we have one initiative. It talks about Ellis and A1A and St. John's Heritage Parkway. under Brevard Infrastructure.
Okay.
And I'd like to keep the affordable housing on there.
So maybe with a list, but when you talk, sir, you hit the top ones that you think will get their
Yeah,
attention.
unfortunately, affordable housing is a trust fund that will be needed to help shore up the shortfall of what's been expected at anywhere from $3 to $5 billion. They generally sweep these trust funds when times are good, when times are bad. You know, it's all but a surety that is going to happen. I don't want to work outside the box. I'll do it. I'll make any ask. I don't mind doing it, but I certainly don't want any discretion. I want to make sure that the board is happy with the items that, and I wrote down the lagoon one. I added that one, the EOC, public notice, in-state to undocumented in-state, deregulation of liquor stores, liquor sales at grocery stores. That one's for Billy. Support the restoration of rights to 18 to 20-year-old Brevard to keep and bear arms. Are there any other ones?
I think the infrastructure one?
Yes, please.
Are we okay with the infrastructure one?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Just real briefly, Madam
4,
Chair,
5,
I'm just
7.
wondering, I don't have any problem with Commissioner Tobias focusing on those that he prefers to focus on, but I think if we have additional items in the documentation that we ask them to consider, I don't think it hurts anything. You know, even the affordable housing, if he doesn't have time and he doesn't think that that's something he can focus on in his 3 minutes, I still would like to see it in there, even if we put it in the back end of it. I think, you know, given that we have this interaction once a year, to give them 4 pages, even if we don't touch on it, I don't think it's asking too much of them to at least glance over a list of 4 pages. It's not text dense.
But the other side of the coin is, we all have access to these legislative folks. We can pick up the phone at any time, and we can call them 10 times a day if there's a particular issue that we're concerned
That's
about.
true.
Madam Chair,
This is, for me, this is a formality that they used to sit up here and listen to what we had to say, but we have much more influence if we pick up the phone.
Yeah, I'm not going to continue my trend on this one. I plan on voting with whatever you guys determine on this one. I think this is one where, as you said, we can all reach out.
Commissioner Tobias, are you comfortable?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, then do you need a vote or a consensus? A vote?
A vote.
Have a motion for that? Did you guys get all that? Okay,
And I'll
good.
withdraw my prior motion so that Mr. Smith,
Okay, I have a
Commissioner Smith's
motion. Do I
motion
have
stands.
a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We shall now get to our time certain. Mr. Ellis came into the room with items J5 and J6. City County Manager, do you want to lead us in here?
Yeah, yes, actually, these are 2 motions that were brought forth by the District 2 Commissioner and then the District 3 Commissioner that the County Attorney's Office had been involved with, as well as the County Manager's Office on these 2 motions. They are relative to the delegation of authority that the board granted a few months ago relative to CARES Act funding, $5 million that was allocated to each district commissioner. And we had received some input from the clerk's office relative to their feelings on this issue and whether or not they would make any payments pursuant to the delegations that were granted. And these motions both try to address some of the clerk's concerns, and in one case, all of the clerk's concerns in different ways. And, you know, at that point, I think that gives you a broad overview of what's involved here. The county attorney can also add anything to any additional perspective legally that they have relative to what these 2 motions would provide for when the board seeks to move forward and consider one or either of them or whatever other action the board may want to direct.
Thank you. Commissioner Lober, that's a new light, sir.
It is, in fact. So,
Would you mind if I went ahead and did these 2 public comment cards so we find out and then we can get the full discussion going?
Are they clerk's office cards or?
No, it's constituents.
Okay, sure. If you'd like to do it that way, that's
Okay,
fine.
thank you, sir. Ms. Stacy Patel, and then Sanjay Patel, you'll be next, sir.
Hey, I'm Stacy Patel from Satellite Beach, and I emailed your offices 2 weeks ago with 222 local residents who shared the impacts of COVID-19 on their families in hopes that you, their county commissioners, might help them. They provided contact information, household financial details, and I organized them by districts so that it would be simple for you or your staff to reach out to the constituents. They also provided short personal statements. One wrote, "My husband and I have been receiving unemployment since April, and each of us are receiving $125 a week. We're both self-employed and greatly impacted by COVID. We are behind on all our utility bills. This has been a huge strain on our marriage, and we've decided to split up after 19 years because it's just too much. This is the most stressful thing we've ever been through." Another wrote, "It has torn my family apart. We've never had to go without anything before COVID happened. I spend nights awake wondering where I'm going to get food to feed my kids, wondering if we'll ever be able to get another place to stay, how many more nights we'll be able to sleep on a friend's floor before they ask me and my kids to leave. This has been devastating to our family." Some shared they skipped meals so their kids could eat. 62% were behind on rent or mortgage. 79% were behind on their utilities. 42% were food insecure. In total, these 222 residents reported an aggregate economic impact on their households of over $1.5 million. To date, I didn't receive a single reply, and none of you have reached out to these families that you represent to learn about their situations, nor to offer any assistance to my knowledge. This body was entrusted with over $105 million in CARES Act funding to support our community in addressing the needs of COVID-19. Orange and Volusia counties allocated nearly $100 million in aggregate, almost 30% of their CARES Act funding, to provide direct aid to impacted individuals. Brevard allocated just 5 to 6% for direct individual assistance, somewhere between 4.4 and 6.6 million out of $105 million. Meanwhile, this body allocated $5 million to each of yourselves. I'm here to ask a simple question. If you each have $5 million in CARES Act funds, and there's over $12 million left over to put into a public safety fund, may you be willing to spend those funds to meet the needs of the residents in your districts who are facing hunger, homelessness, debt, eviction, foreclosure, and illness due to the impacts of COVID-19. I provided you 222 names as a starting place. You can also start with recent evictions. Even with the CDC moratorium, there have been 189 evictions in the last 30 days. That's 12.5% more than the same 30 days last year. I know if you decide to, you can work quickly. You allocated yourselves $5 million each very quickly. Please be proactive in using these funds as intended to address the impacts of COVID-19 on those you were elected to represent.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Patel?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sanjay Patel from Satellite Beach. I'm here today to ask you to commit more CARES Act funds to helping local residents in need. Right now, within each of your respective districts, you have constituents that are hanging on by a thread. They're struggling to pay their rent or their mortgage. Some are about to or have had their water or electricity shut off right before Christmas. And most disheartening of all, many families are unable to put food on the table and wondering where their next meal is going to come from. Here on the Space Coast, living among the backdrop of rockets that launched the stars and back down, there are far too many of these stories of struggle and suffering during this pandemic. And to sit by and let that be okay, shame on us and shame on you. Because the reality is that all of this can be relieved literally in a matter of hours today. You have the power to put funds into the hands of families that desperately need that help right now. And that was the intent of those CARES dollars that were put into your hands. As all of you know, I did run for county commission this past year, in large part because I didn't believe that our commission was doing enough to help all of our residents. Alas, I didn't have that R next to my name, so that never came to pass. But I still stand by that original assessment. And I'm not really sure what's holding you back right now. Commissioner Tobias, you literally could allocate $5 million to countywide individual assistance.
Sir, if you would address the chair, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And be Santa Claus right now, if you wanted to. If you were to pay off the months of overdue utility bills that are keeping moms and dads sick to their stomachs, waiting for that shut-off to come by any day now. I just know that that's what I'd be doing if I were in any of one of your seats right now. We know that these CARES funds must be allocated by the end of the year. I'm literally imploring you to please help all of these families before the end of the year. And if you do decide to help, and I so hope that you do, please make that process simple and fast. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lober?
Thank you. So I'm very, very briefly going to touch on a couple things that were said during public comment, and then I'm going to try to move us forward on my agenda item J5. So as to constituents having an emailed list of folks broken down by district, I'm not going to get into the position of handpicking individuals based on a list that was put together by the immediate past chair of any political party, including my own. What I can tell you is I do agree that hunger, homelessness, and unemployment caused by COVID are truly important. That's why if you look at the chart that's attached to what I've allocated or what I've put forward in the agenda item, there's a higher percentage than we've used out of the overall dedicated or permitted to be used for those particular purposes. Up to 10% of what I have here can go toward any of those issues. I will tell you, in terms of how things have gone, just in brief synopsis, this past week, middle of the week, I had a phone conference with our clerk, Scott Ellis, our clerk-elect, Rachel Sadoff, Kathy Prothman from County Finance, Steve Burdett, I don't know if he was there, I don't know that he was, from County Finance on that one. Tyler Winnick was involved, there were other folks involved in that. And then yesterday evening after work, in the evening, I met with Rachel Sadoff, our clerk-elect again, Jason Arthur, who will be the chief deputy clerk under Rachel's administration, Steve Burdett, who's been in County Finance for quite some years, and then Tyler Winnick as well with the clerk's office. The bottom line is that if we pass what I have proposed, I understand, and I'm happy to ask Ms. Sadoff to confirm that when we send requests post-transition here in the beginning of January to start cutting checks, if we pass this, she and those that are in the office who would be responsible for making the decision as to whether or not to cut a check will cut checks for all of these programs. What's more, also, if Commissioner Smith, if you want to put a motion, and I'm happy to send you the Word doc since this is now public record, I'm not giving you something that otherwise hasn't been provided, just giving it to you in a different format. Just change the name of the program, change the initial allocation, the maximum authorized. You want to put Health First in there, put Health First in there. You want to put USSSA, put them in there if that's what you want to do. If you want to put the zoo in there, put the zoo in there, and they will cut the checks. This is sufficient specificity based upon those meetings that I've had for them to cut the checks without us having to go through a legal argument as to whether the delegation was lawful or unlawful or any of that. Do I think we need to do this? No. But do I think that this will help us avoid a lawsuit or having issues with them refusing to cut checks? Absolutely. So my suggestion, because they vetted this, they're comfortable with this, I'm comfortable with this, I've run it by county staff as well, I've not heard any particular concern. The way it was phrased to me by county staff as their reading of it is that this approves for the clerk's purposes what we're already authorized to do. I think this is a fight that we don't need to have taxpayers funding a lawsuit on both sides of the issue when we can just simply get around this. So, my thought is if we can approve it as they've reviewed, as we've reviewed, the longest standing motion that has the spreadsheet attached, I'll just tell you point blank, Commissioner Smith, in order to get this to go through so that they cut checks for Health First, USSSA, and the zoo, and your small business program, however you choose to structure that, if you do it this way, it's going to pass in terms of it'll pass their muster and their willingness to cut checks. If we do it some other way, we run the risk of it not potentially passing their muster and being back here where checks are delayed and we have to go through a whole rigmarole that, frankly, I think is avoidable. So I'll just ask Ms. Sadoff, do you disagree with anything that I've said? Okay, she said the clerk's office does not.
So that you all hold that responsibility.
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. I really
Some
didn't
of us
intend
have
to.
a little less hearing than the rest.
The clerk's office wants you all to vote on your items. You vote on your items, we have no issue. The items you don't vote on, we will still have an issue. My feeling is, and I think Clerk Ellis feels the same way, if you all can't vote together on the items, why are you asking us to cut the checks that you can't even vote on that should receive the checks?
Okay.
So-
So Ms. Sandoff, he's put in a list, and I think Clerk Kirk might have a list ready today as well.
Correct.
So this could give you all comfort, and then we'll
Correct.
keep working out details as we move forward.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're comfortable, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lober, so you're comfortable with Commissioner Lober's motion?
We are. We met with Commissioner Lober twice.
Okay.
Last night was to go over it again. Because of the changes that are happening with the CARES, we wanted to make sure that
Right.
everybody was on the same page and that the motion would read that you all would vote on the items.
Wonderful. Commissioner Smith, do you have a list ready, sir?
Yes and no. How's that for a definitive answer? $2.5 million I've allocated. The other $2.5 million I have allocated, but not to specifics. So the first $2.5 million would go break down, if you were looking for a breakdown, 1.5 would go to Health First,
Okay,
500,000 to the zoo, and 500,000 to USSSA.
okay.
The other $2.5 million, because we're going to use it as a, what's the funds term?
Yeah, if you want me to address that, I'd be happy
Yeah,
to address that
please.
now. Commissioners, you have previously approved the small business program, and as you will recall, you allocated an additional $1.5 million when we made the request and brought it up to $11.5 million. We continue to accept applications through December 18th. At the close of December 18th, we are now able to evaluate how many additional applications we have in the queue, and they are beyond the money that's currently been allocated, which was that 11.163 million for about 1,971 businesses. We have 208 pending businesses with, based on the average that we've given thus far, would equate to another $1.976 million. So basically what I'm saying is to fully fund the applications that we've received, we believe that beyond the money that's been currently allocated, you would need to allocate another $1.976 million to be able to fund the small businesses that have applied through December 18th when we had the cutoff to the program. Once that's the original program that the board put forward, which was for the small businesses up to $10,000. And so that would be something we would ask the board to do, because if the board so chose, and we would take that from available CARES funding and put that into the small business program. And I believe what Commissioner Smith would like to do beyond that is he has received, through his request for businesses that wanted, they were required to, or asked to, and required to, by December 18th, any business that had already qualified for the board-approved program, if they wanted to be considered for additional funding, that he was going to allocate, I believe, $2.5 million to those businesses. There are 160 of those businesses that have contacted us and indicated they wanted to be included in that additional program. And that is the program that he's talking about, which is a countywide program. And once again, it's approximately 160 businesses that contacted us within the time frame that the District 2 office asked for, and that we would move forward on.
So Commissioner Smith,
Excuse me, District 4.
You want to put the other 2.5 into a small business program? Because Commissioner Lober's putting 1.25 in a small business program, so I think you really do kind of have a list.
Yes, I just don't have the exact amounts. Because we have the time after January 1st to do that.
Yeah.
And so we've received the list of this 160. I'll take your number, and we will go individually through them. And we've decided on a formula how to come up with a percentage of how we're going to do that, rather than just give a lump sum to each one of the businesses.
Okay.
Because frankly, some of the businesses have lost $1 million or more, and other businesses have lost 30 or 40,000. So in my mind, it isn't fair to just say, well, we're just going to give everybody $10,000, because it's helpful, but it's more helpful that we use a percentage so that people that lost more will get more.
Okay, and I think Commissioner Lober's doing the same thing. He's doing a boundary here, so it's what comes in that you're able to do, and that's good. And we do know when we're doing this, it all has to be COVID-related within the low-risk guidelines. That's what we all agree to.
Yeah, the parameters that were extended to us from the federal government.
Okay.
Low risk and.
Okay, Commissioner Lober, yes, sir.
Yeah, a couple
And then
things. First,
Commissioner
and
Zonka.
we've already addressed the low risk. A lot of the stuff like the small business program has never been evaluated by Tetra Tech. It's always been done by staff. So we addressed that in prior motions. If it's coming directly out of CARES, it has to go through Tetra Tech. But if it's post-CARES, namely payroll reimbursement money that's been freed up, then we don't have to go through that process. So I just want to be clear that we're all on the same page. But Commissioner Smith, I think to make this easier, and if it's all right, Madam Chair, if you can just give me a little leeway, I think I can get this worked out.
Okay.
So you're saying 1.5 million to Health First, right, Commissioner Smith?
Correct.
$500,000 to the zoo.
Correct.
What was the number for you, Tripp?
500,000.
So $500,000 to them. So we're now at 2.5, and then 2.5 on top of that for small business programs?
Correct.
All right, so if it's okay with you, you or I can make a motion and the other can second it, assuming we have at least one more on board. We'll go with my motion as it's been put on the agenda here, but we'll pretend that there is a second spreadsheet that's basically for D4 purposes. And under the initial allocation and the maximum authorized, we'll just specify the same number. So we'll say for the program, Health First, it'll be initial allocation 1.5, max authorized 1.5 million. Brevard Zoo, initial authorized $500,000, max authorized $500,000. USSSA, initial authorized $500,000, max authorized $500,000. And then small business assistance grant program expansion, and you can expand it in whatever way you feel is appropriate as long as it's lawful. I'm not going to question it. 2.5 million initial and 2.5 max. That, to my understanding, the clerk wouldn't have an issue with unless, Scott, Mr. Ellis?
Chair,
Okay.
can I just interject for 2 seconds, Chairwoman? Just about that initial thing that I motioned to you. Health First can't be a part of anything that I vote on. I just want that very clear. So, I know that Commissioner Lober's trying to set up the vote to include that. I can't vote on it if that's the case. So if it's a motion, no matter who makes the motion, I just want you to be aware of that I'll have to abstain even if it's the entire thing, just for that one reason alone.
Or you could break it up.
Yeah, that would be
You could break it up, which would work out pretty easy. I'm not sure, Commissioner Smith, when you talk about we, who is the we that's vetting the small businesses?
County staff?
Well, yeah, they've
The
already
small
been
business
vetted through the
program,
county
The
staff.
county staff is doing it. What we would have to get from Commissioner Smith would be what the percentage allocation or how we're going to, how he would move forward on that, since, as he's indicated, it would not be a maximum of $10,000. And he'd want to do it, as I'm understanding it, on a percentage basis, based on what it is that staff determines on what was submitted was the eligible amount that they done applications for, they've submitted applications for. Those applications are the applications that all of them would be from the applications that were previously submitted under the board-approved small business program that covered the period of March through June is the time frame of the expenses that were submitted and that we accepted information for.
Right. Basically, I depended on staff. I asked the business community to reach out to the county manager's office, and they provided all the information that the county manager's office required. And from that, we got 160, I think it's 160.
Approximately 160.
Yeah, businesses that fit those qualifications.
Okay. So the $2.5 million will move from the D4 pot to the small business pot.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, we still have to address the 1.9 million that we would need for the original, and I'll ask the board to do that after.
But if you, all right, and you're bringing the 2.5 over to the small business.
Right.
And then you all will vote again on the new parameters. Because your current parameters are $10,000 limit. And I understand what you wish to do, but then the board will vote to change those parameters.
Commissioner Smith would give us, and we can bring it back if he's good with that, that would be, that would set the parameters that would be board approved at that point.
Commissioner Smith, do you have an up to amount so that we can do an up to amount and then we'll know it has to be within that range? Is that comfortable?
Well, Commissioner, right now, that money goes from this pot into that pot, and that pot has a certain rules on how it's to be spent. So then you would vote to change those rules. And I understand that because you wish to go above the $10,000. But the businesses and the staff needs to know what the new formula would be. So I understand it could be an up to, it could be a percent of loss, it could be a stop loss up to a certain point. And then it would be up to the staff to go through because they will probably have more money requested than money left available.
You could just bring in the new parameters, correct?
Right, well, that was my intent, because I didn't want to have any open-ended. I didn't want somebody that lost, let's just use a big number, $5 million, to know that they're going to get the same amount as somebody that lost $12,000.
Oh, no, I fully understand.
So
I understand what you wish to do.
I want to put some kind of a percentage so that it's more fairly done.
Yes, a percent and then a max.
And I don't have that yet.
No, and that's okay. But these guys will need that. And then when you all decide it, because the money's going into that program under those rules, you'll then change the rules for that program so they've got direction on how to give it out.
Correct.
And it'll come back as a vote.
Yeah, it would come back as a vote, how to change the rules. Once that's done,
Then we know.
then these
Right.
businesses don't need to come back to the board
Right.
again, because it's the same way the program's been running all year.
That should be pretty easy for us.
It should be,
It should
Yeah.
be.
I hope.
I have one question. I saw Ms. Bentley shaking her head at one point. What was that in reference to?
Well, we had a discussion on the phone earlier, and there was concern about the programs having parameters. And I just want to make sure that the list that you're talking about from the D2, or I'm sorry, it's actually, yeah, it's attached to D2. It has programs and it has specific items.
Yes.
Are you intending to cut checks for the programs as they are described on this list?
Those are going specifically to those entities, and they're being voted on as going specifically to those entities. Just like the money that went to the zoo, the money to SPCA, it's a specific vote by the board on each one of those items. With Commissioner Smith's money, it will not be a specific vote on each business. It will go to staff to delegate once they have the new rules.
Right, so if it's a program listed on this list, you're okay with that right now?
Yes, because there's a specific vote of the board for each of those items. You know, board members may agree or disagree, but when it's voted on, that's valid.
Thank you, and I think I'm getting to the same place that Ms. Bentley was. There's a Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah. Clerk or future clerk. On Commissioner Lober's one, there's a reimbursement for tuition for firefighters or something of that nature. There's no parameters in which that is done. So if we were to go ahead and vote for the motion as written by that commissioner, we would be delegating the authority as a program that was not yet created. Would you be okay with from what Ms. Sadoff said, you would be okay with allowing a single commissioner to come up with any type of criteria that they may want? What Commissioner Smith was saying was a little bit different. He was using the current parameters and asking apparently a single change from that 10,000 to a percentage, but that would come back, my understanding, that would come back to the board, and I would support that. That is your money, but the way that motion is written, it would not come back to the board. So those are
Actually, Commissioner, the shoe's on the other foot. You're going to vote on it. I don't get a vote. And so I can take the clerk's office, we do tuition reimbursement for employees. You
Yeah,
probably have tuition reimbursement for employees. This is tuition reimbursement plan. And if you vote for it, you'll understand you're going to do it, and there's no end date.
You don't care about you're the one that's cutting the check. So if we vote for the motion as is, we would be giving authority to a single commissioner to come up with whatever rubric for handing out that money.
Oh, no. Once you vote on that program, it heads over to staff to handle that program.
And manage the parameters?
Yes. It's no different. I
That's
guarantee,
not-
but you do tuition reimbursement for employees. I'm sure you do. And you have parameters for that.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm enjoying it, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't disagree. My question, Commissioner Lober's motion was quite long and full of quite a bit of legalese, and that's why I changed mine. Is that the way you envision it, that if we were to vote for your motion, everything that would require a rubric to be set up, and many of them were, you would be okay with the county manager setting up?
The point of contention that was kind of the last sticking point in my discussions with the clerk, and my understanding, at least from the meeting last night, is I don't need line item specificity on every single recipient. I think, and maybe I'm wrong in this, that Mr. Ellis's concern and what differentiates, at least in his position, what I'm doing with, let's say, the Small Business Assistance Program or with the tuition reimbursement program from what Commissioner Smith may be doing with his small business program or another program, is I'm setting classes and categories where I'm not individually handpicking within that. So if I say, okay, everyone in this geographic area or every restaurant, for instance, would have up to another $3,000 available or $2,000, as long as it falls within that amount allocated, we would be okay to do that. But when I start saying, well, this one gets 10 and this one gets 30 and this one gets 100, that's how I took it.
I understand. So let me ask you, clerk, because you're the one signing the check. Would you be okay with him?
Right now, you don't even know.
Correct.
For firefighter reimbursement, just like you can't tell me which of your employees are going to take college classes next semester and apply for
But
reimbursement.
Ms. Sadoff said she would be okay with it the way it is right now. You have Commissioner Lober saying something completely different than.
I think Ms. Bentley wants to say something.
I think there may be some confusion. There are some existing programs with parameters, but then I think there are some proposed new programs that may not have the clear parameters that you're looking for. And I think that's the difference in the conversation.
Well, surely you all would put the parameters on that.
Well, if you will cut the checks with the staff creating the parameters or an individual commissioner creating the
No,
parameters,
but
that's what we're trying to clarify.
The commissioner can't set the parameters. You must set the parameters. And it's nothing personal.
That's not the motion.
But all of us as commissioners come and go.
Let me say, for example, the tuition reimbursement program, the countywide program that we have, that we administer, the parameters of that program are approved by the board, meaning the specific amount over what period of time. If I'm understanding it correctly, and I believe the way Commissioner Lober is suggesting, is he would tell us what he wants those parameters to be, and we would just implement it to the applicants. We would not be a staff setting what they are. He would be, right?
That's my understanding, and it's just, I'm not involved in the actual vetting process.
Right, but I don't understand why these guys wouldn't set the parameters for that.
Well, we would never set
nothing
those kind of
personal,
parameters.
but they deal with the fire department every day.
We would bring it back to the board for approval, nor we would as staff.
Well, but if, in other words, you as a board may decide, when I hire a new firefighter, I do a tuition reimbursement for what he spent on fire school. I don't know that you do, but you could. And if you did, then you'd have a limit up to. It's almost, it was like going to law school at FSU or going to law school at Stetson. Maybe you're willing to pay for a law degree, but not that much. There has to be some kind of parameter set. And I honestly don't see how the commissioners could set the final parameter.
Madam Chair.
It's nothing personal. It's just, I couldn't set a final parameter on that. I don't know what all the different fire
With
schools
staff
cost.
input.
Yeah.
Right.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that was what was discussed. Okay, so it was discussed that you would give it, then staff of the county would bring it back to the board after decisions were made.
But not after this.
Where is that located in the motion that you just said you'd be okay with?
You know what?
It's not located in the motion, Ms. Sadoff.
To come back to the board.
Yeah, I
Because
agree,
when
but that's
people
not,
apply
you just
for it,
said you'd vote.
They need to know what the parameters are.
I think we can make this easy. There's only 3 items here that I think could even, because everything else is pretty laid out. Small business, you're going to do what Commissioner Smith's doing, correct?
No, I'm not going to do what Commissioner Smith is doing on small business. I'm not going to get involved in terms of differentiating from one
Okay.
business to another.
So how are you doing your small business?
What I'm planning on doing is either limiting it geographically or by business type, and then rising the the cap from 10 to something above 10.
Okay, so when you're ready for that, you would just bring it up and we'll say, okay.
I
and
just don't see the need to do that. That's the
Well-
thing. My understanding is the motion as it was printed before was sufficiently specific. I mean, that's what we've spent tens of hours discussing over the past week,
Okay,
that this is sufficient specificity, but now I'm hearing otherwise. I mean, I guess what it...
It'll pass, but Mr. Ellis, what's your,
Well, so you're 1.25 million for small business.
Yes.
All right, it's not going to identify businesses in your motion,
No.
and it's not going into the pot with the county.
Correct.
So where is it going to go?
Well, in a sense, it does go into the pot with the county because the county's existing pot determines who's already been reimbursed up to that 10. So in a sense, yes, and in a sense, no. Over and above that, if I want to say these particular industries have been hard hit and they may need more than 10, keeping the exact same parameters to the degree that's feasible with what's been in place, I would say, okay, we have enough money for, to take these 200 businesses or these 400 businesses and increase them beyond the 10, presuming they have qualified expenses exceeding that. So just go ahead and programmatically do that with everyone that fits the criteria.
Madam Chair?
All right, so you got, okay. So I got one pot of money coming with one set of rules. I've got one pot of money coming with a second set
Yep.
of rules. And the board will vote on each set of rules for
Nope.
each
No.
pot of money.
you know
Well,
what, though?
you have to.
We can just do that, Commissioner Lober. I'll approve it, and I think we'll just approve it. So when you have your parameters up, just throw them in.
I'm going to vote against my own motion if that's the way we go.
But it'll just take care of everything. You'll be able to
No.
get the money out where you want it to go.
No, this-
I think, Commissioner, the question is then how would our staff know? And this would provide our staff knowing where to go, where the money would go. I think it's just it's a better streamline, and that would provide it, and then there wouldn't be any questions.
Well, this is exactly what we spent hours discussing, that, we don't need line item specificity, and it's coming down to now apparently we do need line item specificity.
That is not correct.
No, I don't think we do.
You need a rule for spending that money that's approved by the board.
Or you could just, everything that's COVID-related, that you can reimburse those amounts to small business. That could be the rule for that, correct?
This is making it even tougher,
But
though.
your staff has to handle that. Your staff is going to process those applications, and they need to know what the rules are when they process those applications.
But they'll be working with us to do that.
Well, they're not supposed to be working with you. They're supposed to be processing under the rules that have been set by the board.
Madam Chair?
Okay, if they're working with you, or working with you, Kurt, nothing personal, then we're right back where we started from, right? You want a different pot of money with a different set of rules, board approves it, fine. Different pot of money, different set of rules, board approves it, fine. Then the staff takes over from that point, processes the applications, just as they have all year long with all the other money. It's just now, it doesn't have the $10,000 one-time limit.
Right, it can change.
Right, so that's easy. So I got pot number 1, pot number 2, pot number 3.
I'm going to let you talk, Commissioner Tobias. Mr. Lober, do you have an idea already of what the parameters you want to be with that are?
Yes, but my real
Okay.
question, because I think I've flexed more than I really wanted to on this. Ms. Sadoff, you're going to be in office January 1. I'm not trying to put a wedge between you and Mr. Ellis, but the fact is I thought we were in a good place with this, and apparently we're not. Either you're going to cut the checks or you're not. And at this point, I'm not going to support bringing it back yet again. I'm just not.
Well, why don't you just tell us what your parameters are going to be, and we'll just vote
But
on it and
I
agree
think
to
that's
it.
allowing the dog to wag, the tail to wag the dog in this case. I've already been, I don't think any of this is necessary, but the fact is I did this to try to preserve the relationship with the clerk's office and avoid litigation. But if now it's do everything that we say or choke on it, fine, then we'll see you in court, as you've said to us.
I never said you could do it that way.
Madam?
Yeah, Commissioner Tobias.
Yeah, I think there's a middle ground on this, and I'm looking out for a couple things. I obviously don't want to get into. I don't know whether your interpretation is correct or our interpretation is correct, but there's a way around this, so we don't have to find that out. And I appreciate the way Commissioner Lober is trying to get Commissioner Smith on board with this. But if you went through my motion, I think it solves this, because there's an additional layer on here that we need to remember: the amount of staff time that goes into any of this stuff. So it's extremely important that we create some sort of deadlines on this. And my motion, very simply, I think it does get to what Ms. Sadoff was actually, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but this would ask any member to bring back whatever criteria they want. Commissioner Smith, I will tell you right now, I don't agree. I voted on the opposite way, but the board thought that spending the $5 million in each commissioner was correct. So I will respect the decision of the board. And however you want to distribute that money, you will have my absolute support, with the exception of Health First, because I'm on the. I will abstain from that vote because I have an ethics opinion that allows me to abstain for that. But what is important, and I think what Ms. Sadoff was getting to, is the criteria for your 2.5. It's different than the pre-existing one because you want to go above that 10,000. That is fine. Bring it back to the board. I don't care what it is. If you see that's fair, then I will support that. The same thing with Commissioner Lober. We just put staff in a horrible position when a commissioner singularly goes and asks for the money to be spent in a certain way. I think that's what the clerk's office is looking for. I'm unilaterally saying I disagree with it, but you will 100% have my support. The only thing that I ask on top of that is an ask for staff, that we put some deadlines on this money. This isn't a pot of money that we should be holding in our back pocket for months and months. And I'm not saying we would hold this to an election, but theoretically we could hold this to a time right before an election. That's why as soon as I was magically given $5 million, I got rid of that hot potato really quickly. I did not like the implications. But I do respect everyone's, or at least 3 members of the vote. So just real quickly, my motion would ask the parameters to be brought back to the board for January 12th, our next meeting, and then give 30 days, and I'd be willing to go up to 60 days to disperse that money. Then we have it out of our hands, everything's done in the public, and each of the parameters are not up to staff, they're up to us. And I'm telling you right now, Commissioner Smith, I will vote for whatever parameters you put on that small business. The same, Commissioner Lober, I don't care if there's geographic parameters, as long as they're legal, I will vote for, you will have my support for the parameters. There just for staff's sake, there just has to be a deadline on these funds. So, and if you go through my motion contemplates that and asks it to bring back for the board January 12th, and then all expenses to be reimbursed or incurred by February 15th of 2021. That's all it does. I hope I can get your support on that. I'd even be willing to go as far as Commissioner Pritchett, Commissioner Lober's put down some individual expenses that don't require parameters to be set up. That's plexiglass and all that stuff. I'd be willing to vote for that stuff today and take the pressure off of staff when it comes for that. I just want it to be done in the sunshine, and I think my motion solves most of this stuff and certainly keeps us out of this potential litigation, which will cost countless dollars that we just don't have the ability to spend at this juncture. So I would hopefully ask for you guys' support on my motion.
Commissioner Lober?
Okay, Ms. Sadoff, I just want to make sure, because I think I have a motion here, but I want to get a better understanding of where you're at, because frankly, we're going to cut the request to have checks when you're in office, not when Mr. Ellis is in office. Are you satisfied, Ms. Sadoff, with respect to the level of specificity? So when it says other feeding, housing, or employment nonprofit, do you expect that to come back to the board?
Or is it going in today's motion and then
It's included in today's motion.
And then staff will, your staff, not clerk staff,
Right.
county staff will then have your criteria, because I don't know what that is, and whatever the allocation would be, and then they would tell us what needs to go and what checks to cut? Is that?
Well, they're going to have to work with us to figure out the criteria. That's the thing. That's why I put this in there, to obviate having to come back yet again. Otherwise, there's no reason to put it in there at all.
But who is us?
I think what we thought was when the word "us" was, I think we thought it was the board. It was you would bring it back onto, and maybe I'm wrong, and that's how I understood it, because then county staff will talk to our staff, and then we will know what we're supposed to be cutting, and nobody
Right.
just decided like, and I don't think that's happening, but John Doe receives $1, Jane Doe receives $3, and clerk's office cut those checks. That's how I understood it.
So I guess I'm not understanding, and I apologize. I need to get some clarity on this because it's going to change what the motion is very substantially. Where I have there in the last column, or the last, row on the spreadsheet prior to the totaling, other feeding, housing, or employment nonprofit, if this is approved today, with that being authorized up to $395,000, and Mr. Abate or Ms. Hayes reaches out to county finance and says, we need $40,000 to this food pantry and $80,000 to this food bank, are you going to cut it, or is that going to be an issue?
Staff will vet the applications.
Well, I'm asking because, Ms. Sadoff, frankly, you're the one cutting the checks.
Well, she's not the clerk yet.
She will be when the request comes
Okay,
through,
well, we're
Scott.
not there yet, and that's been a part of the problem here for 2 months. All right. I've told you how this can be done. I've said multiple times. You yourself, if you want to pick specific businesses yourself, you must vote as a board on those specific businesses.
That's your opinion?
If you wish, well, I'm an engineer, not a lawyer, so I don't have 5 opinions on 1 + 1 = 2. If you wish to identify specific businesses, the board must vote. If you go with the same type of parameter, here's $400,000, it's to go to housing, food, whatever, then $400,000 goes into a pot, and the staff takes the applications for that, and they vet those applications. Just like you've done, long ago you voted on the $10,000 per business cap. And once you voted on that, staff ran with those applications. That's the way it should work.
So when I say other county facility plexi and acrylic barriers, you need to know which the facilities are to have that come back? I just don't understand where the arbitrary line is being
Well, I
drawn.
understand, because you wish to make
Wait,
things
hold
as
on,
absolutely
hold on.
complex as possible.
Ms. Sadoff,
Hold
really
on,
the question
hold
is
on.
for you, since we're going to be submitting the request under your administration.
I think Shannon's trying to say something, which might bring.
So in other words, Madam Chair, may I? So if we're dealing with feeding, housing, blah, blah, and there is up to an amount set of roughly 400,000. Board approves roughly 400,000. You still want a formula for staff to apply that 400,000 to?
You decide.
No, you decide
You
that.
have the parameter.
No, you decide that.
But individual commissioners can't pick individual businesses without a board to cover for those individual businesses. And as for facilities, you can use CARES money for facilities all you want.
Correct.
CARES has been extended for a whole nother year.
So as long as we're not
So you can
picking
use CARES
individual
money as is
businesses,
for facilities.
you're okay with it? Is that what I'm understanding? Because that's where I thought we were at first.
The businesses are what's giving you the hitch right now, right?
Yes, because otherwise, Commissioner, like you go up in District 1, and God knows how many hundreds of businesses there are, and you pick your favorite 16.
Right. And I didn't think that's what you were doing. You were
No.
whoever would apply. That's
Right.
how, that is the conversation.
Right, that's
And
what I
I think
thought.
that's what Clerk Al.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Those parameters that Ms. Sadoff is describing and Mr. Ellis are describing, they're not in some of these programs that are listed here. There are overall amounts, but there is not a procedure set out for staff to administer that.
Are you okay with that, Ms. Sadoff? Because I thought this was sufficiently specific, but also broad enough that we have some flexibility in being able to implement it without having to come back yet again, which was a goal of avoiding having to come back continually.
But you've given money to food banks all year. Correct? Yes, you've given money to food banks all year. Right? You don't come back each time you do that and vote, because you have a specific amount of money you've decided to
Correct.
give to food banks.
And that's what you, and my understanding is that's what you were going to do, is you were going to allocate
Right.
a certain amount up to.
Because the
And
food
that was
banks
what you were
aren't-
going to have voted on,
Right.
and that was the end of it.
Because the food banks aren't going to end on January 1st, because as we
Ian
see,
came back
Corona's
and
not
told them
gone away.
who's gonna get
So you're
how
going to keep
much.
allocating money for food banks, January, February, March, God knows when this is going to end. And so you've already got all the criteria that you're handing that out
So
on.
you don't then mind if we have staff
How are you doing it?
I mean, if you have staff making the call here, technically, you can view it that way, since we're the ones that are putting forth the items, Commissioner Smith and I, that are coming up. Do you have any issue with us speaking with staff and telling them what our priorities are? Is that an issue? Within the confines of what the motion lays out? I'm trying to work with you, but I just don't understand
Well, I would think that that's what you're doing. I mean, how would staff know? You're making the perimeter, so if you're making the perimeter, that's my understanding. If you're
Okay.
making the perimeter and it's not reaching the top of your perimeter, they are
Right.
going to have to tell you that, correct?
I think so. Shouldn't I say it off? I just want to make sure, because my motion, I think it sounded like was maybe different than Commissioner Smith's motion, and I'm happy to work with him to figure out a way to approve it.
Commissioner Lover, let me take just a break just a minute, because I need to
Yeah.
digest some of this.
Sure.
But I want to let Commissioner Zonka talk for a minute. But while she is, will you consider this one? Because I think it,
I've looked at it, and I think there's some problems with it.
well, I think it'll take care of them and both you guys, but yes, ma'am, jump
I
in.
think where it's getting gray is the clarity on parameters. I think Commissioner Lober wants to be able to create whatever program he wants, as long as the county staff administers it. Now, but, of course, but if he creates a program that says every business that starts with B gets $10,000, do you think that that should come back to the board? Because he doesn't want to have to bring
Well,
back
you're
his
gonna-
parameters to the board.
you're gonna
And I
vote on
think
it.
that that's the confusion.
If you have new parameters, you're going to vote on those new parameters.
So if they're new parameters, they need to be voted on. If they're modified
And
from
the
what the
small
county
business
has
money is a
existing in
new
place,
parameter,
I think
and the
that
big
that's,
business is a new parameter, but you've been giving money to food banks all year.
And you
Clearly,
would
there
have
must-
to, and you
there
would
must
have
be
to
again,
some
again,
pattern to
we're
doing
going,
that.
we're going in
Yeah, I
8
think
different
it's-
directions. I think what you're saying is if there's not a program in place that the county doesn't already have or is already administering, you want them to bring, or you want Commissioner Lober to bring back his parameters or his program
If it's different.
if it's different from what the county already has in place.
If it's specific, that's fine, because you will vote as a board on something
See, and that's, I
specific.
think, where
Well,
you and Commissioner
but
Lober
like specific,
disagree.
he listed
And
as
this
a-
is why we shouldn't be doing this. You get this, right? This is why we shouldn't be creating 18 new
Okay,
programs
all right, okay, you know
and
what?
handpicking people to
Look,
get money.
I understand the whole thing, but you know what?
Feed those other kids.
That ship sailed months ago,
No, I get
and
it.
and
I
what
get
can we
it.
do?
I
Right,
get
but
it.
if-
But I
This is-
don't
this
think
is
a
the hand we're
commissioner,
dealt.
I don't believe that a commissioner should just spend money however they feel like it just because they've got a slush fund. I don't agree with that.
Feeding
I
kids is a
don't.
slush fund.
I don't.
I got it, but if you all vote on it, then it's legal.
Obviously, and I obviously, for very clear reasons, not just what's occurring today, but what's occurred over the last several weeks, this is exactly the reason why.
I understand.
You know, I don't think I don't think this is what the intent was for these funds, and I think we're going down a bad hole. And it's funny, Commissioner Tobias put this on the agenda, and Eden Bentley will verify. I was having her work on just pretty much the same thing that you were, but she couldn't tell me, because she couldn't tell me what you were doing with that, with the county attorney's office. But it was funny, because I had almost the exact same thing that I asked her for, Commissioner Tobias put on our agenda. So I'm obviously where he is, because I think that this is a train wreck. We have on here independent pharmacy vaccine freezers, for example, right? We don't have a program in place to vet that. We know as a fact that CVS, Walgreens, and hospitals are the only authorized facilities to either administer or to get those vaccines out. So I don't know what that means. And I don't want, can I speak, please? I don't want the county to try to decide if somebody qualifies, because I can't imagine what a nightmare that would be like for county staff. Just the small business program alone, which they didn't complain about. I asked what the staff was. It was 50 employees in 6 months is what it cost the county. And I don't want to see that getting ate up in administrative costs as well. I mean, so I'm going to ask, and I'm going to put Frank on the spot, and I don't like to do this. Look at him roll his eyes. I mean, is this your ideal way of handling the CARES money? I mean, I can't imagine. I don't answer that, obviously.
You can't answer that.
Obviously, I wouldn't ask you to answer that. But I'm saying, would it be clearer for staff if we had specific things brought back to the board and instructions were clearer, so you knew exactly how to administer the funds?
Commissioner, we try to bring parameters for anything we're doing. Staff would bring it back to the board, just like Ian has done in the issues that came up on the food bank, et cetera. We came back to the board on each one of those items.
But as
to
this
get the board
motion sits,
approval.
though, that wouldn't happen. This motion sort of bypasses that.
Well, and that's why I want to make sure I was consistent with what Commissioner Lober was asking for, because under his motion, you would not do that. We would just go to him for that.
See, I'm not, that's, I
Well,
won't
you know, you
support
do
that.
have a solution to cut the Gordian knot. CARES Act has been extended a year. You can sweep all this money back up into the CARES fund, and then it's
I think that's what
moot.
Commissioner Tobias was looking to do and sort of where I was headed with Ms. Bentley. And I'm okay with Commissioner Smith's stuff because it's very clear, you know, but obviously I can't vote on one of them, so.
I'm going to give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Frank touched on it. I do just want to clarify, we actually have never given money directly to a food bank. The programs that we brought back to the board were a contract for us to buy food directly and have it provided to food banks for distribution. So there's actually a contract that was approved by the board for that. You also approved a contract directly for Children's Hunger Project for the weekend meals. And then when we brought the idea for the farmer's market to you, you approved that process. With
That's the chits.
Yes.
That's the $50 chit.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, and then with the rent mortgage security utility deposit program, we actually brought a policy to you for your approval. So like Frank said, all that you've done, we've actually brought back to you for approval.
But those policies are currently in place.
Correct.
And this is not going away tomorrow.
Those policies?
No, this problem. Corona's not going away tomorrow.
Correct. I think that's why you saw that it was extended for a year, as you said. I believe
Yes.
the president's already signed.
Yes, and that
the
means
bill.
that means all your programs can be extended further, up to a year.
They can, if the dollars are there.
Thank you.
We've actually expended
That's right.
all the dollars underneath those programs, but that new stimulus that's been approved does include another $25 billion for a rental assistance
Right.
program. So
But-
there are additional dollars that are coming back down for those types of programs.
Right, but this $400,000 going to your office would then be distributed per your current programs.
If that's what the board, and that's what our direction was.
Right.
Okay, I want to, Commissioner Lober, I'm going to let you speak. Let me throw this out to you. While we're doing this, we're trying to get the $5 million into an area you want to spend it. I support what you've picked out. I just think for us to, because we need 3 votes, that we approve your list, approve Commissioner Smith's list, and I don't think it'll take that much effort to take a few of these. You figure out what parameters you're going to want to do, because you have to be consistent in government whenever we give money out. Just come back with that, because my motion says that we're approving your list, approving his list. This will make the clerk's office very comfortable. And then we'll just, I give you my word, I'll approve your parameters when you come back with it, because I think that's going to help as far as sunshine for people as well. And you've already got those. You're a smart guy, and you've already got your parameters done. So I think you just have to do a little more work by January 12th, come back with your parameters, and we'll just put it through, and you guys will know how to distribute the funds.
I'd like
Did
to
y'all
make a
see that?
motion.
Pardon?
I'd like to make a motion, if that's all right.
Yes.
So the first part of the motion, seeing as how the clerk's office has retained Carter Anderson with Bush Ross in Tampa for $320 an hour to put together their 13-page legal opinion on delegation, I'd like to have staff authorized to retain counsel up to $200 an hour, not $320 an hour out of Tampa, to put together an opinion on the legality of the delegation. I'd like to set a cap of that on that for $10,000 without having to come back to the board. Staff can determine which attorney it is that they're comfortable using. I've already spoken with staff about it, both Mr. Abate and Ms. Bentley. That's my motion at the moment.
I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second? Commissioner Lober, if you want to come back to that maybe in a few minutes, I think if we could stay on track with this first. So I would really love for you guys to, you've already turned in your list, to just get it approved so you can do what you feel like you need to do in your district. 'cause
I don't
you
know what that is, though. I don't know what they're going to cut checks on.
Well, this is yours. All you got to do is those ones that don't have parameters, January 12th, come back with your parameters. Say, I'm going to do small business. I'm going to do 20,000, 75%, blah, 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 like Commissioner Smith is. So if you would just figure that, you're so smart.
But I don't know which ones they don't think are sufficiently
Well,
specific.
you'll
That's what I
just-
don't understand.
If you could, by the next one, you just get it done. I'll give you my word, I will approve it. And I think this will make everybody comfortable, and then we'll feel like, here's the thing, let's say we do go to court and we win or lose, it just still costs so much staff time, and then it costs so much money. If this is just this easy to do, knowing you already got the votes.
I understand that.
Okay.
But there's a different problem. The problem is this issue of delegation is going to be an indefinite issue. And right now, there's just their $320 an hour, 13-page opinion that they've got out of Tampa.
Right, but we can do this right now, just be done with it, and you can have exactly
If they
your
can
end
say
result.
which particular items are not sufficiently specific, I may be able to do that, but I don't have any
Okay.
clear direction from
How
them.
many attorneys do you have on staff?
Plenty.
Okay, we got one. We don't have plenty. This delegation issue has not come up in the last 30 years. 30 years.
Which
So if
items?
it doesn't come up again for 30
Scott,
more,
which
then we're
items are you
good.
concerned aren't sufficiently specific?
I think the small business.
And what else? I just don't want to approve something and find out, well, gee, we changed our mind, it's not
You're
enough.
changing the parameters for small
Yes,
business, so
sir.
you need, so we need Kurt's knew what he wants changed for the staff, Brian's what he wants changed.
Okay.
That's easy.
Okay.
Ian's got all the food and all that, that program's already there, so you shove 400,000 more in there, you keep it going for 3 more months, or whatever it is.
So is the only one on my list that you have a problem with, that you're saying you may or may not cut checks, is the small business program?
It just needs a parameter, and the staff needs to vet it.
So is that a yes?
I'll be very specific. It needs a parameter, the staff
Okay,
needs
well-
to vet it, District 2 does not need to vet those.
Is that the
businesses.
only item, though? Or are there other items on the list that aren't specific enough for you?
Well, you know, I really like to argue, but
Okay, well,
I'm
let's
just asking a
not
question.
argue.
Either they're okay or they're not.
everything here is listed. Staff will figure out what they're going to do for the firefighter tuition.
So that's a yes,
You-
that's
you
the only
can't-
item you have a concern about.
Because you haven't seen that yet. So you're going to, so staff will need to figure out how you're going to do the firefighter tuition reimbursement.
So you're not going to
You have
cut the checks
figure
on
it out
that?
because somebody's got to know how much your limit's going to be.
We're going around in circles, and on top of that, if staff vets it, there's no, staff is going to bring it back. I mean, let's be honest, on a program above 100,000, they're going to bring it back, they're going to bring it back to the board as they have with every other project.
But that's fine.
I'm just clear, it's going to come back here. I don't want any pressure from a particular commissioner on staff that it doesn't have to come. So we'd have to set some parameters. We have no tuition reimbursement when it comes to leadership training for fire rescue. We don't. Scott, Mr. Ellis, we have nothing for vaccine incentives. We don't have a pre-existing one. We'd have to come back to do that. Lots of these would need new parameters, and I'm not opposed to voting for it. I pretty much unilaterally said, if you bring us parameters, that's what my motion.
There's three votes.
Yeah, the only problem I have, Madam Chair, yours sends a date to bring that stuff back. It doesn't set a date from my perspective that it needs to be incurred. Also, and this was probably just an oversight, mine took care of it, this one doesn't. This one, the commission office retains the rights and thus can change the allocations, at a later date. I'd like to see them locked in at a certain point, so we don't have to go through this exercise over and over and over again. My motion says bring it back by the 12th, we'll vote, and then spend it within 30 days. And I don't care. I'm willing to do 60 days if it takes longer, but we need to get through this at some sort of point.
Yes, I don't mind putting a limit on it as well. I think
Okay.
the 30 days is very short, because
Do you want to say 60?
maybe even 90.
I would buy 90.
Okay.
You have
Commissioner Smith, you're next, and Commissioner Lober, you're up next, and then Commissioner
Well,
Zonka.
I think we've all said what we want to say. We're all bouncing around the same issue. Commissioner Lober, J5 is your,
Yes, sir.
have you made a motion
I move-
to accept that?
I'll go ahead and move to approve J5, but I just want to make sure before we do that, that if you need specificity, Mr. Ellis, that we give it to you, and it's not that you change your mind in the parking lot and that it's no longer sufficient. That's why I'm inviting you to tell me whichever program you don't think is sufficient enough, say it now, and I'll give them the specificity now.
Do you want a 5-minute break, sir?
No, I had an employee lunch start at 12 o'clock. So I've already said, bring the parameters back.
For which
Staff
program?
makes the decision.
Small business, sir?
Small business,
But
okay.
you know
we'll
what?
take every
I'm
business.
going to tell you
that
something.
qualifies in detail.
I'm used to dealing with engineers, and we do the math, and we get an answer. All right, I'm not used to dealing with a bunch of damn lawyers that want to sit here and just argue, and you keep asking the same question
not answering.
over and over and over and over again. I have said
Okay,
multiple
I'm
times,
gonna
the
do-
board sets the parameter. Kurt has a parameter, what he wants to spend, you have a parameter, you bring it back to the board votes yes, that money goes into that pot with those parameters.
Scott, the only one that's determining the sufficiency of the parameters for purpose of cutting the check is your office. The board is
Okay,
satisfied with the parameters.
I'm going to time out and give Mr. Smith
just
an
told you.
opportunity, or I'm going to take a little break here.
I just
Okay.
want to move this forward. If you make a motion, we get a second or we don't.
But I don't know that there's a point in doing it if they're not going to cut the checks. That's the problem.
Well, I think, Commissioner Lober, if we go ahead and do this one, and then if we just make Commissioner Tobias happy and add a time
I'm not going to
limit on
support
it.
anything at this point, but I think we can get to a point if either Ms. Sadoff or Mr. Ellis will tell us which ones they're concerned about.
Well, I think if we
May I
don't
say
get
something?
something
I've
today.
told you
Hold on,
multiple
hold on.
times, you don't like the answer.
I'm
Therefore,
gonna-
it's like a small child. I don't
5-minute
like the
break.
answer, so I didn't hear it.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
5-minute break, thank you.
I don't know. We're going to send Frank home for the holidays.
I'm going to let Tyler speak because he put it all on the iPad for me, okay?
I don't really care. He's another damn lawyer.
I think we have everybody back except our manager. Oh, he's right there.
So I'm going to ask Tyler, because they just looked out and he has the iPad.
Will you come up to the mic, ma'am? Thank you.
I think we have it figured out, Madam Chair, God willing.
I think I had to come out to talk to Clerk Ellis, but this is Tyler Winnick, and he has the iPad with him today, and I think they have worked out perimeters, so I'm going to ask him to.
I love my break.
So, Madam Chair, if I might, the items that I think are not a problem, Hummingbird Pantry, Children's Hunger Project, I'm on the D2 list. Ready for Life, the Public Defender, county staff reimbursement for tangible goods, other county facility acrylic barriers, those are all good. I mean, that's going to be the county reimbursing itself for whatever they have. I don't think those need specific parameters. The ones that we're asking for parameters on would be small business, and I think Commissioner Lober in a second will announce what those are. Do you want to go one by one?
Yeah, let's do it as we go through.
So
Well,
small
let's
business.
wait just a minute. Let me circle what he's saying, and then you can do that. Okay, go ahead.
The small business assist grant, because those are going to be different parameters than what exists today.
Okay.
Fire rescue incentives, vaccine incentive, indigent burial, and the vaccine has been discussed. I think Commissioner Lober's just going to go over what that is. Indigent burial, because it's a little bit different than our indigent cremation that we currently have, and the independent pharmacy vaccine freezers. Those are the ones that we're just looking for a few parameters on.
Okay, you didn't mention other feeding housing.
Other feeding housing as well. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, Commissioner Lober, if you would go ahead and describe your parameters on those items, that would be wonderful.
I think these are sufficiently specific enough to my understanding. So the small business grant, it would be limited to businesses in District 2 that have already achieved a $10,000 reimbursement of qualifying expenses, that have qualifying expenses exceeding $10,000. Those businesses, we would take that delta of already vetted, since the work has already been done anyway, approved expenses, or I should say qualifying expenses, and we will divide them out by a number between the initial allocation and the maximum authorized, and we'll cut all of them checks up to the lower of either their qualifying expenses exceeding 10 to cover the difference, or up to the amount that the result of that equation provides.
Wonderful.
So that's that one. Fire rescue, I think the concern was that the staff, if staff does it on their own, that everything is good. I'm fine with staff making the decisions organizationally between Mr. Abate, Mr. Wallace, and Chief Scholmeyer. I'm fine with that. And then the vaccine incentive, the basic crux of it is until such time as we achieve some progress, and I'll let staff define exactly what that is in terms of getting through some of the priority groups. If the firefighters and first responders that are covered by this, and I've discussed that at prior meetings, so it would be any fire rescue first responder countywide that is in a city with which we have an auto aid agreement. It would also include all of the volunteer firefighting departments. There are 4 or 5 of them, including Cape Canaveral and Merritt Island. Any of those folks, as well as all of the BCFR first responders, so ocean rescue included, EMT, paramedic, regular firefighter, however you have it, if they receive 1 dose of a 2-dose series of the COVID vaccine as we have out now, they get $75 per dose, irrespective of insurance coverage. And when they get the 2nd dose, they get another $75. If we come to a point in the future where we still have not made progress through those priority groups, and I leave that to staff to determine when we cut it off, they would get $100 for a single administration of the vaccine, period. If they've gotten the 2-dose series and they want to get the 1 dose as well from a different manufacturer, that's it. You either go one way or you go the other. You don't get to mix and match. So it's a max of $150 or $100, depending on which way they go. The indigent burial, is Ian sitting over there behind Scott? Okay, so did we say 5,500? Was that the number, or 58 something?
It was 5,500.
Okay,
and
so
up
5,500.
to, I believe, 8,250 for veterans.
I think it was 50% delta for the vets. So in any event, 5,500 for individuals where COVID is listed anywhere or coronavirus is listed anywhere in the death certificate countywide, as a contributing cause, as a primary cause, secondary cause, whatever. If the word is on there, it counts. So 5,500 per burial, nothing with cremations, and then if it's a veteran, they get to qualify for an additional 50%, and they use that until the program runs out of funding. Let's see here. Did I address vaccine freezers? Not yet. Okay, so vaccine freezers. Maria Stahl with FDOH, I met with her on Friday. She said that her office maintains a list of all those independent pharmacies that apply through Florida Shots to provide the vaccine. No, they're not going to have the Pfizer vaccine, it looks like, anytime soon, but they do plan on having the Moderna and some of the subsequent ones. So a lot of them have already applied. In the course of applying, they have to indicate they already have or they are willing to purchase or have purchased a vaccine freezer. I'm not looking to cover the cost of a ultra-cold freezer. Those are probably in the ballpark of 7,000 or thereabouts, maybe 8,000. But the regular vaccine freezers are much less. They're in the ballpark of maybe 1,800. So for any independent pharmacy, so we're talking about a mom and pop owned type pharmacy, not a CVS or a Walgreens or a Publix or a Sam's Club or a Target or anything of that sort. Maria Stahl has a list of those independent pharmacies that are local here. We'll use that list. I'll forward it by email to staff. Again, if she has a change to the list, I'm happy to include those folks as well. I don't think it's more than maybe 24, certainly no more than 30 countywide. They would be eligible if they want to do it as a reimbursement. They could spend up to $2,000 on the freezer and we'd reimburse all of it. If they spend more, they're responsible for the overage. If they spend less, they simply get the reimbursement to match what they've actually spent. If they do, for whatever reason, want to get an ultra deep freezer or ultra cold freezer that's $7,000 or $8,000, that's fine, but we're still not covering more than $2,000. That would be, again, countywide. Let's see here. Other feeding, housing, and employment nonprofit. I think Tyler and I were on this basic page that they would be limited to $50,000 apiece without further approval from the board. So it would have to be a 501c, I suppose 501c3 that does that, unless would a religious entity be something other than a 501c3? I just don't want to exclude them if they're doing the same work. So essentially a nonprofit or a not-for-profit that does work, feeding, housing, or employment, I'm not going to throw the 501c in there as a hard and fast requirement, limited to $50,000 apiece. Is that basically where we're at, Tyler? I just want to make sure I'm not leaving something out or adding something that shouldn't be there.
I think that gives us the parameters that we need.
Okay. All right, so I'm happy to do that, and if we want to also combine with a motion to pass this with the items that were just verbally explained, noted, as well as 1.5 to authorize Commissioner Smith to spend $1.5 million on Health First, $500,000 on the zoo, $500,000 on USSSA, with the understanding I'm going to support whatever he wants to do on the 2.5 coming back for small business.
So I think we just did my motion.
It covers a lot of it.
Yeah.
It
Okay,
does cover a
so
lot of
we're
it.
going to have to figure out how to creatively do this.
Madam Chair.
You all may want to
Right.
separate out
We-
the health first
We
for.
are going to do that, but I'm going to let Commissioner Zonka speak first. Then
Perfect.
I would like to do two motions so Commissioner Zonka can vote on one and
Okay.
then, yes, ma'am.
That's initially, I appreciate that, Tyler. That's exactly what I was going to say about the Health First issue. I would like to separate these out because I support some of these things. I mean, I don't know if Commissioner Lober would be amicable to that. I'm a little not comfortable with you supporting small businesses in District 2 only, seeing as this is countywide COVID funding, and I don't agree that you should just concentrate on your own district. I think our districts are all suffering, so I won't be voting for that if that parameter stays in there. So I don't know if you're comfortable separating some of these out, or
I'll break out Health First, but if you're going to vote against it, I mean, I'm happy to either separate or leave Health First in, but the bottom line is I have a
Well,
fiduciary.
you're very well aware that I can't vote on anything Health First, and Commissioner DeBaya is going to abstain.
No, I
So
understand that
maybe
you're
you're
not entitled
counting
to vote.
votes, but I'm saying as far as your list of items, your Christmas list here of people who are getting money.
So who shouldn't get it, do you think? Which
I'm not
group should I
saying
cut
that
out?
they shouldn't get it. What I'm saying
Who's
is
the
I don't.
slush fund?
I don't know that I want staff administering 12 new programs. Do you guys have the employees that can commit this kind of time? And do we have the staff and budgeting to manage? Because I imagine there's a lot of legalese and applications and everything involved with all of these things. I mean, what does that look like for staff?
Well, Commissioner, you're not going to hear me say that we won't do it. We're going to do whatever the board tells us, and so will it take staff time? Yes. How much? That depends. I'll need one clarification, but I'll wait for the board to get done with the discussion. I just want to understand something on the small business program,
Please.
i.e., is the District 2 program, whatever the board approves, will that be occurring after we've already implemented the District 4 program, or is it going to be contemporaneous with, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, the way I heard you say it, the 10,000, he's going to have a program that's going to be on a percentage basis, and then do we do District 2 after that, or is it being done at the same time? You know what I'm saying?
Commissioner Smith's
That would
preference.
become very confusing for us.
And also, too, and I was going to make mention that I didn't hear Commissioner Smith, you're going to do it countywide, your business program? Okay. See, I would at least ask the board that we separate out. I don't want to, again, this is why the 5 million per commission office was never a good idea, but I don't want to be voting in blocks of things. I'm not comfortable with that. Because Commissioner Smith's is very clear. I mean, he's got 3 or 4 agencies. Obviously, again, you'd have to carve out Health First, but I'm happy to support what I can of what you have, because it's very clear on what you want to do. And I know you're going to be bringing it back.
Let's go ahead. I think we're coming to a place right now. Let's go ahead and vote to approve Commissioner Smith's items. We'll run through them one at a time right now.
Okay.
So as far as, we'll do this, then we're going to make an overall motion, Brian,
I'd rather
Commissioner.
do them contemporaneous. That way, there's no surprise for anyone
Contemporaneous.
at the same time.
Thank you. But she can't vote on one of those items
I
of
don't think
his.
he cares, Chairwoman. I don't,
I'm
honestly.
just going to do this real quick, and then, I see what you're saying.
He's counting votes. He doesn't care. I mean, he's probably glad that I can't vote on it, so.
I don't have an opinion
But
one way or
it's
the other.
fine. It's fine if he makes the motion. It doesn't mean we have to vote
Don't want to lose
for
an
it.
ability for something that might not get the votes, though.
Madam
He wants
Chair,
to do
Right.
this.
I'm more than welcome. I think your motion is a good idea to vote on Commissioner Smith's items individually. Then Commissioner Smith's issues are
Well,
taken off the
except
table.
from the history of this, I know some people have problems with Health First, and they should get the funding, and I don't want to do that to Health First. So I'm going to vote.
But your
But
vote would
I'm-
still pass, Madam
I'm
Chair.
counting 2 to 1 right now.
It'd be
that
2 to
Health
1 if
First
we don't
gets it.
vote. And you two vote for it.
Assuming you vote for it and Commissioner
we
Smith
don't.
votes for it, Health First gets their $1.5 million.
Nothing personal. I think a short board, you still need 3 votes.
You do. Yeah. We're going
Madam
to have to have
Chair?
3 votes. Yes, sir.
I can
Ms.
make this
Bentley.
real easy.
Yes, sir.
Bentley.
If we vote on mine and we push mine through, I'm telling you as an attorney, as a commissioner, as someone, that lives here, I'm going to support Health First if mine gets pushed through. I'm just telling you that. If you
Okay,
support
now-
mine and mine
now we're
passes, I'm
trading.
telling you as
Let's-
a absolute fact, I'll pass
Let's
yours.
start on yours then, sir. So let's go ahead and vote to approve your items. And if you want to just read through them individually and get the votes, we'll just do them. So,
Madam Chair,
yeah.
I just to be clear on the motion and the parameters that were set up, I just want to be clear that those parameters, A, are not going to change from the motion, and B, neither will the programs. There'll be no switch from the programs. There'll be no added programs. Subtract I wouldn't have a problem with, but no added programs.
No,
Is it-
but-
We would bring them back.
No, the only potential question, because there is some ambiguity within an 8% range, I believe, based on how much it costs staff time or staff expense-wise to administer some of these, exactly what's going to be left in the pot. That's why there is an initial allocation and a maximum authorized. The initial allocation is basically oftentimes just what's expected. The maximum authorized is the absolute max that would be approved without it having to come back to the board. So,
Okay,
With-
so that, I guess that solves number 1. There'll be no additions.
right,
to
I mean,
it.
nothing is going to go past the maximum authorized.
But there'll be no
No
additions.
new programs,
Okay, that's
correct.
number 1. Number 2, as Commissioner Zonka brought up, this is an incredible amount of staff time. If this is the way that Commissioner Lober sees, we have to get a ballpark and build in a percentage that goes to administration. This is time that the board, that staff would be doing other things. I have no idea whether that's 10% of the allotted funds, but that needs to be.
It's already contemplated.
what percent?
Well, I'll tell you, some of them are at 8% is a safe bet, but like the indigent burial, the administration costs are coming out of the 160.
Is that your 8%, or is that what we got as from staff?
From staff, he was well, Ian, for instance, when we talked about Hummingbird, Children's Hunger Project, and Ready for Life, thought that it would be less than that, but that was a safe amount that we set aside. That's why actually I changed the spreadsheet, because I neglected to include that in the first draft as to those 3 programs.
So to be clear, and I don't know who would be administering the small business, but 8% is...
It may not be that high, and I say that with small business because...
Well, this is staff doing it, right? You're
No,
not, your office
they're not
isn't
doing anything.
this. Staff is doing this.
I think there's a disconnect. They're not vetting anyone. These are the folks that have already been vetted, where they're already in the spreadsheet, they're already in the program. All they're doing is sorting it programmatically, so they're not looking at individual applications on this like they did in the beginning.
Frank is saying no.
No?
No, staff has vetted, so just so everyone understands, we received applications. They then vetted it up to the $10,000. We have to go back and relook at everything that they may have submitted above $10,000 to determine what was qualified. So it won't be as hard of a process, but it's different.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
I had asked...
And we will do it.
Yeah, I know you'll do it, but I'm just concerned about, is 10% I have no, is 8 or 10, I don't know what the answer is.
Yes, commissioners, I think, just to give you an idea, when we talked to, remember, the Chamber of Commerce, they were willing to do it for $400,000, but they weren't willing to do it. Well, staff did it over that 6-month period. I think the cost was less than $200,000. So I am confident at 8 or 10%, staff will get it done.
Okay.
Whatever the cost is, just take it out of the program. I mean, that's really the bottom line.
And Madam Chair, a third and final thing, and you mentioned this, and I agree. I said 30 days. You bumped it to 90 days. That would put it on or before April 15th.
Commissioner Tobias, County Manager came up to me between. He said that could have a little potential problem, especially if we're doing some types of reimbursement. So can we come back January 12th? I would like to put in the motion, we come back January 12th and discuss deadlines. Would that be all right with you? Because it might be 60 days, might be 90 days, but if we could discuss that January 12th when we come back, what deadlines we want to set as a commission? Because he brought up there could be some very strong ideas we need to bring into it. Sir?
Madam Chair, I'm just concerned about staff. If he's on board with that,
He's the one who told me that.
Yeah. My one issue was with tuition reimbursement. That program would last significantly beyond 60 or 90 days, and that was, I just didn't want it to be
Do you
limited
want
by
it
that.
encumbered by then?
Incurred, and could we do all of them with the exception of tuition reimbursement to be on or before April 15th?
Commission, what's your thoughts on that? I was just thinking, Commissioner Tobias, that it might be good to have these things allocated and then maybe make sure they are either under contract or something by that time period. They might not be able to actually be able to distribute them, but maybe there can already be the contract done that that's why I said encumbered, that they'd already be allocated in that area.
We're not talking about combining that in this motion, though, are we?
No, I really would rather come back January 12th when I have a little more, he kind of threw me for a loop. We have a little more time to think about what would be a good time period. The goal is to get the money to the community as fast as we can, so I like the deadline. I don't want to hold this out either. I agree with you on that. But trying to figure out how we're going to word it is what I'd like to come back with, if you're okay with that, sir.
So, just to be clear, Madam Chair, are we working off the motion that Commissioner Lober, with all of the parameters that he just set forth, or are we working off of your motion?
I like mine, and he already set forth the parameters, so he doesn't have to do anything for that. I was going to bring up your concern with the time period, though, sir. I thought that was very appropriate. But maybe we could discuss at the January 12th meeting. Let me tell you what, I'm ready to approve this if anybody wants to make that motion.
Well, I was going to do it based on my motion. I don't mind incorporating after the fact items out of your motion to the extent that they're different. But
what's different with it, sir? Help me with it, because,
mine, doing it your way doesn't allow me the flexibility of waiting to see how other things come back cost-wise and then reallocating up to the amount maximum authorized into the other programs without creating new programs.
Okay, let's make that number 3. Now, what was that?
Well, I mean, for me to sit and go through, I'm going to miss something.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just, you are a lawyer, And this is just a whole lot simpler. So if we
But
can just
the
get
clerk's office has already reviewed the D2 motion. That's the other thing. And I don't know that they've ever seen this.
Okay, how do we, okay, Brian, here's the thing, because you've got yours in there, but we left out his. And so we've got to get these somehow together so that,
Well, what do you think is in this that's not in mine?
I don't know that there isn't anything other than I have gone ahead in mine and put in District 2 and District 4 with the list you guys have allocated.
So why don't we do this? And
Okay.
let's.
I'm ready.
let's-
If you want to start making a motion, we can
I'll
carve it.
move, and again, I'll just tell you, Commissioner Smith, if you pass this and it passes, I will turn right around and approve your Health First, your Zoo, and your USSSA. And if you can't give us the specificity on the business grants today, that's fine. I'll approve it when it comes back. As long as they tell me it's not unlawful, I'll vote for it, whatever it is.
Okay.
If you can do it today, I'll vote for it today. But I'm just telling you that point blank. But what I'd like to do is pass mine now, as it's written, as I explained, and then we can address the 1.5 to Health First and the others for D4 to the extent that he's ready.
I'm going to vote yes on all your items. So how do you guys want to do it? Do you want to do it singly?
I move to approve all of mine together,
Okay.
as indicated on the spreadsheet and as further described verbally during this meeting.
I would just like to say, I don't have any problem with that. I do take issue with you throwing out the implication that if I don't vote with you, then you're not going to vote for me with the Health First. Is that correct?
That's 100% correct.
But in
Okay.
all
Well, let
fairness, you guys did all that to
Well,
me in a
I just want to
workshop,
get this
so
on
it's
the
way we roll.
record that I appreciate your honesty, but I'm going to be just as honest. I already have 2 votes, and that's all I need. So just whether I do or don't vote for you, what you just said has no effect on me.
Okay, that's fair.
Are you making a second?
No.
You're not seconding that?
You want me to second it?
Well, we're going to have to go through the list singly if we don't do it all
Okay,
together.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second.
Just to be clear, so this is a motion for the D2 proposed motion, all of that stuff, in addition to the parameters that he just set
We are
up.
approving his spreadsheet right now.
And the motion
then-
that accompanies it.
Okay, the motion that accompanies it, though, Commissioner Lober, you're going to read the motion, because if that's the motion we do, I definitely want to add on Commissioner Tobias number 4.
I don't
And
know
this
that I
is
have his
just
number
for
4 then.
District 2 as well, correct?
Help me out. What is his number 4?
The board's prior approval of payment distribute to an entity or individual using CARES fund shall constitute approval of payment of COVID-19 related costs or expenses from a commission's allocated funds.
Clerk, okay with that?
That's not one of the ones that I really cared about.
I know.
Are you guys, I don't care about adding it if you guys are okay with it. I just don't want a problem after the
I
fact.
know.
We got to
Are
put
we
dates
do-
on this.
Are we doing just District 2s now? Because this is what it looks like
Yes,
to
and then we'll
me.
turn around and we'll do D4.
Okay, and
Do you want it or not, Commissioner Tobias? If you want it, I'll throw it in there. If you don't, then I won't. Whatever you want.
I'm okay with the,
Let's leave it out then if you don't have a strong preference.
but
Just to get us
we're
moving.
literally signing a contract without, I mean, that's one of the tenets of a contract is a date.
Commissioner-
And literally, there is no date
Commissioner
on
Lober,
here.
I do want to throw in here at the January 12th meeting, we will be discussing time periods for all of these fundings.
Okay, and I guess my general
Okay.
direction is staff to execute, as quickly as reasonably possible.
Yes. Okay?
But otherwise, we'll just stick to the written motion and the spreadsheet that's attached to it.
Okay. So I have Commissioner Zonka.
I don't want to pick a fight, but I noticed, I got word that, I know you have indigent burial in here, but is your office donating money to a GoFundMe of CARES money?
Yes, 750. There was
Okay, 'cause-
someone who died along with their mother the same day of COVID.
But that's coming out of your CARES money, because that's not on this list.
I've already discussed it with Ian. Ian said administratively he can take it out of the 160.
Is that accurate, Mr. Golding? Because I know that we don't have a program for that, or a policy for that, and we haven't approved that. And I know a purchasing card was used to make that donation.
Correct.
To a non-vetted not a 501(c)(3). I mean, there's no, GoFundMe doesn't have a process to vet that stuff.
We
I'm not
can
saying
go
it's
through
not
it at length if
legit,
you'd
but
like.
So,
I'm
Commissioner.
not saying it's not legit. This is exactly one of those situations that I was trying to avoid.
Well, and I am working on a policy. I have the framework for it, including an application as part of that policy. And then I was planning on vetting it through the county attorney's office and then probably bringing that back to the board.
But
for
in order to
approval.
make sure it's clean, is this something that the clerk's office would want us to vote on? Because we don't, I mean, do you want us to add this to this list?
You can't use your P card for GoFundMe.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because I want to
what
make
we-
sure that that's included in this.
Bill hadn't come back through us yet. You know, we look at it every month. It's probably going to kick out.
So can we vote to subtract from the 160, the 750, and then treat it as a separate line item? That's the motion. We can't do it because the Ellis School of Law says it's unconstitutional.
I don't know, that feels kind of,
All I'm telling you is, P card is going to kick out. I don't think I'll find one person up here that thinks you should be able to use your purchase card on GoFundMe.
I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
I'm a lot uncomfortable with that.
Okay.
It will kick out. At that point, that 750 is going to have to be reimbursed to the P card from somewhere.
So someone who died from COVID, whose mother also died from COVID the same day, who couldn't afford to be buried, you don't think that that's a reasonable thing to do, given that we'd already
I'm
delegated?
going to tell you
the authority
something
to
now, because I've
delegate it?
had it. I had an employee lunch at 12 o'clock, and I've had enough of your crap here for 2 hours. All right?
Likewise.
There's a lot of sympathetic people out here. All right? Patel's came up here, the list, a couple hundred people need help. All right? You're not giving money to individuals to help out of the county fund. You vote as a board to do it. It's not your job to pick and choose using your county money who you give it to. You cannot use a purchase card on a GoFundMe, and if an employee did that, they would be disciplined, if not fired.
So if we had the authority delegated by the board, you just think it's not okay because you think it's not okay, but you can't cite a specific rule or law?
You know what?
That's the issue?
No, the issue is, quite truthfully, for the most part, you're just being a jerk today, and that's okay. I've dealt with jerks for 30 years.
It's a
But I'm
good
going
legal
to tell
argument,
you,
Scott.
you can't use a purchase card on a GoFundMe.
What specific exception
I've got
is
the county
there?
attorney's office right here.
Tell me.
What do you think about that?
You don't get to ask her question. She doesn't work for you, Scott,
Well,
just
I've
like you
given
asked her
an
to put a
answer,
memo
and we're
together.
back to the same childish behavior. I give you an answer, you don't like it. I give you the same answer.
You didn't
don't like
answer.
it. I give you the same answer, you don't like it. You cannot use the purchase card for a charity donation. And yes, we went through this with the board many years ago with Commissioner Pritchard, who was using his office budget to pay to go to charity dinners. We said, you can't do that. The board said 5-0, yes, you can. Clerk said, no, you can't, and we don't pay for them. You can't use the county money on a purchase card to make your charitable donation.
I want to note that was Pritchard, not Pritchett.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am, yes, ma'am, Pritchard, I know. But you can't use that card for that purpose.
Because you say so.
You say so.
Citation?
Your attorney's right here.
I'm asking you, Scott. You're the one making the
Damn, I'm
claim.
tired of your bullshit.
Okay.
I'm not in court. I'm not being cross-examined. Your county attorney's
You're
sitting
making
right
a
here.
claim. You're not supporting
Three attorneys
it.
sit right here. I got 3 attorneys. Tell me if it's legal to take a purchase
They
card.
don't work for you, Scott. It doesn't work that way.
The problem is you don't want the answer.
Time out.
You understand, Commissioner, that
I
I
do.
guarantee your policies do not allow an employee to use a
I
purchase
know.
card to make a
Commissioner
charitable
Lober, I'm going to
donation.
tell you, I'm a little uncomfortable with that myself. I mean, because I do a lot of charity work too. I don't know. I have a little bit of uncomfort with this. I don't know how it sits legally. I think that might be a topic for a strong discussion here in a little while. I want to get us through this. So how does that get us through this right now?
It's not designed to get us through. That issue is designed
So that could be
to
a later
send this
issue?
off to send this off to another day in court.
Can we deal that off to another issue then? And-
Oh, I didn't bring the issue up. I'm just telling
Right, sir.
you, you
You
can't
invited
make a
yourself up,
charitable
though.
donation with a county purchase card.
Okay.
I've got 3 people here that can answer that.
Madam
but
Chair, I
they're
think
not-
public
they're
comment's
not allowed
over.
to say it because I've got a commissioner that thinks he is the Supreme Court himself, and he tells people what to do.
Yeah.
You don't tell people
I'm
what
going
to
to call
do.
a break in about 2 seconds, guys. I've got to get back on this topic. I am uncomfortable with some stuff here. We'll have to deal with that in a little while. Right now, I want to get back to the CARES and get through this.
Madam Chair?
Hold on just a second. So, Ms. Bentley and Ms. Shannon, as far as the item that Ms. Zonka just brought up, how do we handle this with this right now? Can we still approve the motion and go back and deal with that later? How do we get through this?
The 160 on burials, you can go ahead and address, and we can address the P card later.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's get back on motion.
That's fine.
Right now. So, sir, your motion would be to make a motion for your list,
So
sir?
my motion is to approve the motion as written and the accompanying spreadsheet as were further detailed during the course of this meeting.
Wonderful. And you don't mind adding on that we'll discuss time periods for everything, for all of us?
I don't know, I mean, if you need it added, I can add it, but I think it's
If you
cleanest just to
would.
keep it, okay, is the clerk okay with that? I don't want problems with checks being cut.
We're good
And
with
the parking
that.
lot
Commissioner
opinion
Smith,
changes.
your second hangs in. I'm going to go ahead and call the question on that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Zonka and Tobias in opposition. Commissioner Smith, now we need to go ahead and approve your items, sir. Do you have a motion you want to make? I want you to know that I'm going to approve the items you brought up.
You want them individual?
Okay, yes, sir.
So for the first $2.5 million of my 5 that I'm ready to allocate at this point, the first $1.5 million would go to Health First.
Have a
So I would make
motion?
an emotion to do that.
Have a second?
Second.
Wonderful. All in favor, say
Madam
aye.
Chair.
We have to disclose.
Right.
Oh,
You have
yes,
to do-
please disclose.
I don't have it in front of me, but per the ethics opinion, I'm allowed to
Recuse.
abstain from this due to a family conflict.
Oh, your brother.
That is correct.
Okay, Ms. Zonka.
His brother's
Commissioner
amazing,
Zonka.
by the way. Dr. Tobias is amazing, OBGYN. I have to abstain due to an ethics opinion, and I'll sign the appropriate paperwork stating such.
Thank you, ma'am. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 3-0.
Okay, and the second pot of money, $500,000, would be allocated to USSSA.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Zonka in opposition.
And the third item would be $500,000 to Brevard Zoo.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. And you want to do your small business one?
The other $2.5 million would be distributed to small businesses that have applied and vetted as of December 18th by our county staff. Total amounts to be determined in short order. I won't put a future date because we've already talked about January 12th, but we're going to do it as quickly as we can. Because I agree, we need to get the money out as quickly as we can at this point.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. These are the parameters that were stated previously. I mean,
Yes, they've already been processed through the county. The date was December 18th. They had to submit their applications, and so that's all been done. So my staff and myself just have to go through them and make the determination as to what the percentages are going to be, how much we're going to give to each one.
And you'll come back with the percentages to us later.
okay, so these are the ones that have already received up to $10,000.
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to come back. Okay, thank you.
And he will come back with other parameters for us.
Frank?
Yes, Mr. Bate.
We need to address the issue of the additional 208 outstanding pending applications and whether the board would like to add the approximately $1.97 million to that existing fund.
Do you want that in this motion, or we can do that in amendment?
A separate motion is fine. It
Okay,
doesn't
good.
matter.
Okay, so I have Commissioner Smith's motion for that item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Now, Commissioner Smith, I think we might have covered your items. Ms. Bentley, do we have to do any other part of the motion to make sure that Commissioner Smith's items are carried out as well, ma'am?
I think they're all included now. I'm sorry, all included now, I think.
Okay, wonderful. And Commissioner Smith, you're good with coming back January 12th so we can discuss time periods as well. All right. Mr. Abate, what else did you need us to do now?
I need the motion on adding 1.97 million to the small business program.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion. Do a second by Commissioner Smith. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-1 with Commissioner.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I had a line. Where exactly, Madam Chair, is that? 1.9.
I think they had extra money they were moving around. Am I correct, sir?
That would come out of the monies that would otherwise be allocated into the public safety
service.
fund.
So that $12+ million, correct? Up before the 5 and the 5.
Right, there's about somewhere in the area of $24 million in that particular
Yeah, the
fund.
12, and then, yes.
Right.
So that is, just to be clear, even though we already voted for it, I guess, that is money that is going to private businesses instead of fire and police.
Commissioner, let's call you Commissioner Abate. You're still going to have some some adjustments here when you get all the money spent, that you're probably going to have some money left over, and you're moving that all over into public safety as well, correct?
Unless the board provides different direction, because as I mentioned, the CARES Act has been extended for a year. and
Right.
We didn't know that until today.
Oh, so the vote went in today?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we might have a little more time to do a little more maneuvering of those with board approval, Mr. Ellis, of how we're going to finish allocating, because I know some of those funds will be left over, so.
Well, yeah, the funds are all allocated to the public safety fund unless the board wants something else to happen.
Yeah, the money's been allocated, right? Which 12 and change, plus 5 from Zonka and 5 from myself. So we've just, by the board motion, you understand, you just voted to take some of that money that would have otherwise gone to fire and police and give it to businesses that didn't apply in a timely manner. That's the decision that the board just made, just to be clear.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to be clear as well, Commissioner Tobias. My understanding is that could have been used for vehicle fleet maintenance within fire or facility maintenance, so that could have been paint on a wall, not necessarily something out of someone's paycheck. Am I correct, Mr. Abate?
Yeah, as you'll recall, when the board approved that, there was broad public purpose in the motion that approved that.
Thank
So,
you.
yes.
Yeah, that was my intent, is that it would not necessarily go to pay, that it would go to capital costs instead of pay.
I just want to make sure folks understand we're not pulling it out of the pockets of first responders.
Okay, I am feeling really glad right now that that's kind of over. I did want to mention this because I've heard a couple comments here, and we're going to move on to item J4 next, I believe. That's what I have left. But, you know, when we are putting money into the small businesses or even Parish Hospital has 1,000 employees. That's 1,000 families that rely on that in the small businesses. So we are helping to keep a creation of more people on unemployment, therefore not being able to pay their bills and feed their families. This is a horrible time. And I am thankful that we have a board that we are kind of looking at the whole thing. It's so easy to be an armchair quarterback. But I want to thank you guys for spending the hours studying this out and trying to figure out how to allocate it so that we have as small amount of crisis as we're going to have with this economic instability we're getting ready to face. And I think y'all are wonderful. And I just want to tell you, I appreciate you so much. We don't agree up here, but man, we have some feisty conversations. So I'm always thankful by the time we get to a place. And even if I get voted down, I'm thankful for the conversation and where we land, because I believe in our hearts we're always doing the very best for our community. So I wanted to tell each of you I appreciate you on that. And on that, I'd like to move to item J4. Commissioner Tobias.
Madam Chair, this is I did not touch the policy that I discussed previously, dealing with negotiations between commission offices and the union. It did not pass, however. At the December 3rd meeting, you indicated that you would reconsider your position, and so I'm bringing it back up. I can go into detail, but I'd prefer just to, for time's sake, just say it's the exact same policy as discussed previously.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't know why I didn't second you if you brought it up last time. Somebody told me I didn't do it, and so I agree with you on this. I don't like us negotiating offline as well, but Commissioner Lober, your light's on, sir.
Yeah, but just real briefly, I was going to say, I don't have a problem applying the same standard to commissioners that's applied to those folks in the fire union that are covered by the same requirement with respect to prohibiting direct negotiation or bargaining between any such covered individual. But I don't know that we've had any issue that has involved negotiating or bargaining that would necessitate this. And I'm concerned anytime we're looking at limiting free speech that we do it to accomplish a particular goal. And if there's some particular action that may cover negotiating or bargaining, I'd like to hear what it was or what it might have been so that I can determine why this is necessary to put in place. I just generally frown upon restricting free speech.
You want me to go there, Madam Chair?
Do I want you to go there right now?
We can. It's
3
probably
days
not in the
before
best interest of the
Christmas.
county to go there right now, but we can.
Okay, well, maybe we can,
If there's a third vote here, I think Ms. Bentley would
Okay.
rather us not.
so maybe if you make a motion, we'll see if there's a second, and then maybe we can just, Commissioner
Sure.
Zonka,
Make
you
a
wanna-
motion to approve the policy as written.
Do I have a second?
I thought you.
Okay, Commissioner Smith seconds the motion. Commissioner Zonka, ma'am?
Yeah, I just have an issue, and I understand why it's in this policy, but health and safety, I don't have a problem. I've never negotiated with any union. I mean, but health and safety, I mean, if I've got a guy that believes his work environment isn't safe, and it may or may not, obviously, I don't have the ability nor the power to negotiate, and I wouldn't try to negotiate with the union. But if there's a safety issue for one of our employees, no matter if they're unionized or not, I want to know about it. I don't think that, I mean, I'm not comfortable with health and safety in there. Obviously, wages, grievances, that's the kind of stuff that they do negotiate, but health and safety may be something simple. It may not be
That wouldn't
complex.
be- Health and safety wouldn't be considered negotiation. That's,
It's in the list.
Yeah, it's clearly
It's
part
in the
of
list.
collective bargaining. I
It
mean,
can be
If
in-
it's part of collective bargaining, we're not talking about my shoe doesn't fit here. We're talking about not individual, we're talking about systemic items. I'm not, I mean, we can get Mr. Visco to.
But
to
if I have I'll give you an example, okay? If somebody in our fire department comes to me and says, I am being put in a situation, not because of the county's doing, but because of, say, something going on with another municipality, where another municipality's doing something or they're not doing something, and they're talking about it with me, it has nothing to do with their contract. Zero, zip, zilch.
Right.
But if I'm able to help, at least facilitate a conversation with, either our staff or the city staff, to say, hey, this is a concern that we have, it's not part of their bargaining. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want somebody not to come to me if I can help.
I'm not a labor attorney, and
Right.
I understand you're trying to tackle this from a practical perspective, but this is a legal matter, and your concern and that of collective bargaining are completely different. Remember, the union signed away their right to do this anyway, right? I mean, they signed away by their collective bargaining agreement, they signed away their right to do this. So if it's not as a concern to them, I don't understand why it would be an individual concern to you.
I'm not concerned. I mean, I'm concerned enough
Then
not to be
support.
comfortable with the health and safety. I'm just telling you, if that's in there, I'm not going to support it. Because I'm okay with the rest of it. I just, health and
But
safety.
you're not using,
You can tell me I'm not using logic, but I believe that I am.
I
Just
think you-
because they signed it doesn't mean that if somebody jumps off a bridge, you're going to do the same thing just because they did and they didn't die? I mean, it doesn't make sense why I should be okay with this. I
This
know
is why we have
you're saying that
this
they
is why we have
can't,
attorneys deal,
Right.
it's a part of collective bargaining.
but it's interpretation. It's interpretation of the health and safety item on here.
I
get
think if somebody's in danger, they should always be able to come to us and rat anybody out at any time.
Whether they signed it or not is irrelevant.
I think the thing in here, though, is if we start negotiating, we're going to give you this, this, and this, and this,
I
this,
don't-
and this, and you're not doing that.
Of course not.
So I think that's what Commissioner Tobias put this together as negotiation tools. But I think what you're talking about, Commissioner, is an already, I think anybody, anytime should be able to know they can come to us if they have something that they think they're about to get hurt with, and we pick up the phone and say, hey, Frank,
Yeah, can we ask Jerry?
Okay, good idea.
If that individual instance would be part of the collective bargaining agreement, if they
Okay.
believe they were in imminent danger.
I think, yeah.
I think that would be out, but again, he's our HR. I think they're separate. Sorry, Jerry.
No problem, Commissioners. Two separate issues. A component of collective bargaining would be working conditions that would affect health and safety, but a safety violation, okay, is not part of the collective bargaining agreement, would be something that we could handle outside of collective bargaining.
But if, for instance, we had a municipality that was putting our guys in danger, that's nothing they're going to bargain with you about?
That's correct.
Okay, then I'm fine with it. I mean, as long as that's, but that doesn't, spell that out in here. But since you said it, and you guys are telling me you're okay with it,
Yes,
and it's public, and we're in a meeting where I'm good, I'm fine.
Okay.
Jerry.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Loper on the outside today. Okay. Okay, we're going to move, Mr. Branson, I had a card for you today as well. I'm sorry on that. Did you want to come and speak on it? Sure. Okay. Well, we would love to have you.
Michael Bramson, President of the Brevard County Firefighters Union. Since this is already passed, I just want to go and throw out some concerns about what actually has may or may not have occurred. I'm sorry that the county clerk had left. I'm not quite sure that negotiations in the term of bargaining between back and forth and Frank Abate to be able to clear this up is a little bit different than explaining what's protected speech for terms and conditions of employment. Terms and conditions of employment is considered a bargaining agreement, but violation of their terms and conditions is always something that is given in the state of Florida to the union's rights to speak. And that gives us the ability to speak without negotiating on behalf of the terms and conditions and or maybe wages as far as the stance of the wages to the commissioners, to the county manager, or basically anybody, including a public forum as we are in right now. So we have some concerns about the intent of what this is. Since it's passed, I'm just going to be frank as possible. If the intent is to police the commissioners on what they need to do on a daily basis, I have no say. That's what you guys do. You have lawyers, you have teams over here. You have what you need to do to make Brevard safe for the citizens in Brevard and the visitors to do so. If it's an attempt to intimidate and or censor the union in our very ambitious goal to better Brevard County, to ensure that the safety of the citizens is in place, that's unfortunate. There's a lot of things that can't happen. There's a lot of places, and quite frankly, I'm not a permanent fixture here. And if it gives, and this is now in place, and it was said earlier by the clerk of court, if this moves forward and it's something that's in place forever and we can't do anything if we're in negotiations, we're constantly in negotiations. We're always got openers. We always have things that happen that we have to talk back and forth. You can ask the team. It's nauseating how much time we spend negotiating. I think that will inhibit the ability to create great relationships with future leadership in the county and the union. There's a level of what can I say, what can I do? I can't call anybody. I have to sit in my little corner and do nothing. And whoever replaces me, or whatever happens the next couple months, I think that's a shame. But I also want to make sure for the record that we're so close. We're months, if not weeks away from a fantastic agreement and moving forward in Brevard County. And this union leadership will absolutely do nothing that will put anything that we're going to put on the table for the public safety of Brevard County in jeopardy, 100%, at least intentionally. And I'm not a lawyer, I'm a firefighter, so I can't really tell you what I can and can't do all the time. I have a lawyer and retainer. Thank you for letting me speak, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. All right, we're going to move into our last public comment. I have one public comment card, Mr. Robert Burns.
Madam Chair, the timer's still going.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Robert Burns, Madam Chair, Commission. This weekend I was witnessed a horrific accident that involved a minor in Palm Bay. And after looking at the conditions where that occurred. It was in Palm Bay Road in Hollywood. It's a very, very large intersection. The eastbound traffic alone has 10 lanes, maybe 11 lanes. This happened at night, and I was not aware of how dark that intersection is. And I don't know that this would have prohibited or prevented this from happening, but there are no lights, no street lights at that intersection. I've addressed it with the city manager for Palm Bay because that falls within their jurisdiction. But I don't know if this is a countywide issue. I couldn't imagine intersection of that size that has crosswalks not lit at all. So I would like to, instead of just emailing individually, come up here to ask that we take a look at our unincorporated areas to see if we have that issue anywhere else that may prevent another child from being injured the way that was injured over the weekend. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll note it. Okay, we are at board reports.
I don't have any report, but remind the board that we do have an executive session following this meeting.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bentley?
No report.
Commissioner Lober?
Can you come back to me?
Okay, Commissioner Tobias?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one thank you, one rant, one ask of
Can we skip the rant?
commissioners, and two asks of staff. It sounds like a whole Christmas list. So the first thank you was actually a failure of mine last year. That was to limit resolutions, as you recall, to 12. It bombed. However, I did keep log, and Chairwoman, you only had 5. So wonderful. Commissioner Lober, 7. Commissioner Smith, 5. Commissioner Isnardi, 6, and including the one I did today, 5. So thank you very much for going through the procedures that putting them on consent. I know staff has probably appreciates that, and that's quite a deal less time. We have long meetings without it. So thank you guys very much. That's my positive one. Now my rant. And I talked to Mr. Golden, and he used basically what President Obama's wife said, when they go low, I go high, but I'm not like that. I did read an article published in the Florida Today on the 18th. It said Brevard gave less CARES Act money to individuals than surrounding counties. And I want to point out a couple things in there. Mr. Raines was not very complimentary. He said we needed more money, which is understandable for a man that, according to public documents, makes over $170,000. So when you have to, as running a charity, and you have to justify that, it's very understandable why he probably said that. And second of all, and this one ticked me off more than Mr. Raines, was Jennifer Sugarman, president of the Cocoa Beach Chamber of Commerce. She contended that, quote, even more money could have been allocated for these programs if more people knew about the programs to begin with. I thought this was very ironic, because if you read further down, it says Cocoa Beach Chamber of Commerce primary function to support and provide information to local businesses. So she basically was pointing out her own damn failure. In fact, I would go a step further and say that we offered money to the local chambers of commerce to do this, and they flat out turned us down. Yet staff came through big time and did an excellent job administering these funds. So it's extremely, extremely, extremely disheartening that we would have folks on the outside say disparaging remarks about the hard work, the effort that staff did to carry on their own functions and yet provide the help out there. So I'm very disappointed about that, but more importantly, I want to say staff did a great job on that. We have redistricting coming up, and here's my ask of staff. As you walk out, look at the pictures on the side of the wall, you may see something interesting. Regarding the committee, I've reached out, and I think diversity is extremely important, and it's not reflected up there on the representatives who sat behind this rostrum. Brevard County's non-white population is actually more than 25%. And I would hope that as we go through redistricting, not only the members on our committees, but hopefully the districts that we draw could reflect some of the wonderful diversity that Brevard County has. So that's a challenge I'm making to everyone up here, but I can't do it alone. This is something that we have to do as a group. And again, there's not many folks up there that meet that. Number 4, this is an ask of staff, and I'm going to pass this out to you here. Chairman Fine led an effort to audit the City of Melbourne, including their downtown Melbourne CRA. This audit has almost concluded. We have findings down there. The CRA, as you guys know, uses tax dollars, so the findings are very relevant to us. Now, this is an interesting dynamic because they're below the line. So they were created prior to the charter, so we have limited ability to affect change. And I would like to ask staff to see if anything has risen to give us the ability to take corrective action, as this is county tax dollars, that a percentage of county tax dollars that may be or may have been misspent. And I have that audit, or the preliminary audit findings for everyone here. And finally, an ask of staff. Commissioner Lober instituted an incentive for members of fire rescue to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. While I appreciate his reason for that, it raises a larger question of how the county, as an employer of individuals who interact with high-risk residents every day, how best to prioritize public health. As such, I would move to direct staff to bring the board back options for the board to consider regarding requirements that such employees be vaccinated against COVID-19 to ensure the county itself is not responsible for spreading the disease. So as a vaccination is a condition of employment, the only reason I'm starting there is obviously they're on the front lines, and B, they're the only groups that we have incentivized. So I would like to ask the county attorney's office to provide us the ability or the options that we have in enforcing that. Those are my, that's my board report, Madam Chair.
Okay, sir, did you want any action on those today, or you want us to?
Are you okay with receiving options as to?
Options be good with me.
All I'm asking for is options,
Okay,
because
sir.
quite frankly, I don't know what those options are.
Okay, so we can get some more information, and then we can discuss
On the
this.
CRA, Madam Chair, as
Yes,
well
sir.
as the vaccination.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Lober, you ready?
I have a question on Commissioner Tobias' report, if I may. So
If he would like for you to have
May
a
I?
question, yes.
I'm really trying to understand, because I may have misheard you. I thought I heard mandatory vaccination, not incentivization toward vaccination. Did I mishear you, or?
As a condition of employment.
Okay, I'll just tell you right now, I'm not opposed to you getting options together, but there is essentially no way I'm going to vote down the road to mandatorily put vaccines in place for our workers. I don't mind looking at incentivizing them to do it, but I don't feel comfortable telling them they have to get stuck with something that they didn't sign up to work with us anticipating they'd have to get stuck with.
I thought you'd like it. You were the individual dealing with mask mandates. I figured that, vaccination would be the logical next step.
Well, drawing blood from someone is far different from having them do something to protect others that doesn't require their bodily integrity to be violated.
Understanding it's not drawing blood, it's actually injecting into blood, but
So you don't think they have any blood come out?
You guys,
after they
can
get
we come back
pierced?
to this at the beginning of the year when we got more data? Commissioner Lober, you're ready for board reports.
Sure. I do want to talk about something, and I'm kind of sitting here hemming and hawing about whether I should bring it up, but I'm kind of irritated.
Maybe I should ask you not to, since you said
No,
irritated.
I'm kind of irritated to
Okay.
hear the term slush fund and slap to the face being thrown around by one particular commissioner. And her. We had it with the hazard pay to the firefighters. That was apparently a slap to the face. And we found out after the fact why I didn't dedicate $5 million to them, because I wanted to feed hungry kids, because I wanted to ensure that folks who age out of foster care and can't get employed due to COVID have the ability to find employment and have housing instead of sleeping under a causeway. They didn't take it as a slap to the face, but it's nice to have that politicized. What I'll say is with this business with the burial costs, of course I'd want to cut a check for those folks instead of putting it on a purchase card. But the fact is the board had already voted to delegate the authority to spend $5 million within those particular confines, a $700 and something expenditure where I'd already verified that both the individual who died, who incidentally wasn't a constituent of mine, I don't think I've ever even been in the same zip code as her necessarily, not necessarily at the same time she was there. I don't know her from a hole in the wall. She and her mother both dropped dead. I thought it was a decent thing to do, given the allocation and given the fact that I was putting in place a burial program to cover that county-wide, which this otherwise would have picked up. But we couldn't get to that point in discussions with Ian and I to have that implemented by then. We're looking at $5,500 baseline and $8,250, I think, for veterans down the road. To put $750 towards something where two members of the same family, a mother and a daughter, drop dead the same day, and they can't afford to stick them both in the ground, for that to be perverted into something that's negative is just disgusting to me. To politicize that is disgusting. Now, if it should have been handled a different way, I apologize. I did what I thought was the right thing to do. I thought I had the authority to do it, and I still think I have the authority to have done it. If I did that incorrectly, I'm happy to make it right. However, I need to make it right, but to try to wield that and bludgeon me with it is disgusting. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, but just one note on that. I think, just think through that process. It would have been like, I put money toward parish, but if it came to me something, I wouldn't have put that on the card. So you just got to rethink that process, because I think that's a real fine line there. So you need to rethink that and figure out how to do it differently. But I know your heart's good, but it's just something that you have to think of the unwanted consequences if we go down that path as a commission. So just think through that a little bit.
But if we cut a check, it would have been okay, but putting it on a card where we cut a check to pay isn't? I just don't get it.
Well, we have control over our own cards. We don't have control over the checks that are cut. They have to go through a process. So I'm just saying, for me to do that with parish on it, that would have been like, hey, Rita, come on, you needed to run that through like that. So that's just, not that your heart's not right, not that it wasn't right, but if you would think through the unwanted consequences with that, if we all started doing that process.
I agree. I failed to realize how politicized it would become.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, you're up. If you say rant, I'm turning off your mic.
No, I'm just giving everybody a chance to breathe. I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a great and Happy New Year, and hope it's a whole lot better than 2020. So God bless you all.
Oh, yeah. Vice Chair Zonka.
I at least for 2 minutes need to respond. I didn't have an issue with the burial cost. Of course, why would I have an issue with that? Nor was I trying to politicize it. What I had an issue with was the fact that you used your staffer's P card to pay for something that the board didn't approve. That's the only thing I had the issue of. I was the first one, and with Commissioner Pritchett, I believe, begging for millions to get directly into people's hands who are suffering, who are hungry. And hey, I'm not going to argue about who's the better humanitarian or what process I just want to make sure it's legal. I want to make sure that our clerk is okay with how we're expending these dollars, and I want to make sure that we're okay under audit by the government. So again, it's not a matter of what it was used for, it was a matter of how it was done. With that, on a more nice, friendly, and fun note, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Danielle Stern, once again, our Elves for Elders program where we adopt wards of the state, often a forgotten population. They're usually an aging population, some adults, but we're not just county staff. We had our fire department, Tom Neidert comes through every year, and we get so many products and so many things for these folks that it usually supplies them throughout the whole year. So I just wanted to thank staff that, of course, stepped up like they do every year, and I am so proud of Danielle and thank her for her enormous efforts in making sure that this program is a success. So Merry Christmas to all, and stay safe out there, and That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad we're saying Merry Christmas to everybody, because it has been one HE double hockey sticks year that we've had to try to get through. And so I think next year's going to be a little better, but we've had so many intense issues we've had to get through. And again, I appreciate you guys so much with coming in with all the information and the way that we work through these things. And it's nice working with grown-ups. And I just want to say that to you guys, first of all. Merry Christmas to each of you. I've gotten pretty attached to all of you, even though you don't vote with me, but you're always in my hearts. County staff, same thing. I couldn't thank you enough for all that you guys do. You're just wonderful people, and you do such a good job of trying to take care of our community, and thank you so much. And I want to also say to my staff, very Merry Christmas to each of you. I love you all dearly. I want to say Miss Marcia is kind of semi-retiring on me, and she wanted to retire all the way, but I talked her into sticking around just a little bit. So she's going to join me 1 day a week or 2 days a week and help me with some things moving forward. But you've just been the best, and you have so much knowledge, and the county is really blessed to have you, ma'am. And I appreciate you. So Merry Christmas to all of you guys. We're going to have a great new year coming. We're all going to get along next year. And I just hope you guys have a wonderful new year. God bless you. End of the meeting.
The opinions expressed by any member of the public during any period of public comment do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, or the program sponsor, and are solely those of the presenter. The Board of County Commissioners of Brevard County, Florida, Space Coast Government Television, and the program sponsor hereby expressly disclaim any and all responsibility or liability for any defamatory or slanderous statements expressed by any member of the public during any such period.